Good morning to our audience here at the Intercontinental Hotel in Budapest, and warm greetings to our audience from all over the world following us online. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Educational Chess Summit, which is part of the 10th edition of the Judit Polgar Global Chess Festival. This year, this edition in 2024, is very special for two additional reasons. First of all, International Chess Federation, FIDE, celebrates its 100th anniversary. And right now, the Chess Olympiad and the FIDE Congress are taking place here in Budapest. That means about 3,000 chess people from more than 190 countries now here in Budapest. That's why I'm sure our host, Judit Polgar, the great queen in chess history, is this year more motivated and inspired than ever before. Good morning, Judit Polgar.
Good morning to everyone. Hi, Leontxo.
Well, Judit, I guess that inspiration is the key word today, right?
Yeah, inspiration is something very important in my life. It was very important when I was a child, because first it was my parents who inspired me, then obviously my sisters inspired me continuously every day for many hours. Of course there are coaches, but later on also as a kid it was very inspirational when I met someone from the big chess world, right? Or even when in 1988 at the first Chess Olympiad we played with my sisters representing Hungary. I heard that Garry Kasparov was watching my game.
I was there, by the way.
Yeah. So inspiration is something that we all need all the time, and I think especially that we have so many information these days. It's not the quantity what matters, but the quality, the events, the interesting thoughts. But of course, good and bad things can inspire us just as much. And also with the festival, this is the feedback I got so many times, that, wow, it was so good, it was so nice, when do you do it again? And I was thinking for a long time if I have to describe it in one word. And I think it's inspirational. And this is why we wanted to have inspiration as a theme for the celebration of the 10th event. And I feel it again and again. And yesterday we had a fantastic day with nearly 6,000 participants at the National Gallery. So we were fully booked. Some people could not enter. They had to wait, some people coming out. And I have to tell you that I was inspired, and I'm very much on a great spirit now that we know that we can inspire so many girls, kids, schools, and from around the world, people. But, well, if we are here already, I would ask you, Leontxo, what inspires you?
Well, first of all, congratulations for that big success yesterday. And then, what inspires me? You know, I like to say that the world needs chess today more than ever before. And that idea is reinforced every time I'm giving lectures to school teachers. And I take that opportunity to spend time with them and ask them, what are your most important professional concerns? And you know, the two most frequent answers connect very well with chess. The first thing they said is, we are very concerned about the misuse of this. I mean, social networks, misuse of social networks, and so on. So how to motivate children to enter the classroom wishing to learn? This is their first concern. And the second one is, what can we teach today, making sure that it's going to be useful in 10 years' time if nobody in the world today is able to predict how the world is going to be in 10 years? And then I think chess connects very well with that, as you know.
Well, we are both very much deeply in this mission, I think, to spread chess and for schools, for teachers, and we have quite a few teachers, pedagogues here sitting with us. And indeed, I also think that in education, first of all, it's a challenge for the whole world, let's face it. Everywhere we can speak about problems, challenges, debating whose fault is it, whether it's the teachers, it's the government, it's the system, it's whatever. But the bottom line is that we want to help teachers, for example, my foundation, but we also want to help parents, because we believe that just the fact that we are thinking, right? Just the skill of using our brain, and exactly how you said, with a mobile phone or technology, it can support very much education, I believe. At the same time, it matters a lot how the parents give to their children. So just using chess as a thinking tool to sharpen your brain and mind, it is something very important.
Yes, because it is for sure that in 10 years' time, knowing how to think will be very important yet, right?
I hope so.
And chess teaches you how to think, and it is a game, which means that it fits very well this important law for a good education, learning by playing and playing by learning. That's why I think the world needs today chess more than ever before.
Well, let's figure it out today.
Okay, so now we will have you again here at the stage giving your lecture, and we will talk again later. But what do you think if I introduce now our first speaker, who, by the way, is a very special person?
Let's inspire.
Okay, thank you very much, Judith. Thanks. To introduce our first speaker, I'm going to quote the very famous painter Pablo Picasso. He said, "Inspiration exists, but it must find you working." Our first speaker is an excellent example of that. He gets up every morning at 4 o'clock to bike 100 kilometers. He is an international freelance photographer, and chess inspires him a lot to learn about black and white, death and life. Born in Germany, but a citizen of the world, Stev Bonhage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Leontxo, for the kind introduction. I really appreciate it, and I hope that everybody had a good start in the day. Also, thank you to Judith for having me at this year's summit, and being brave enough to give me a microphone for a couple of minutes. Let's see how you feel about that life choice in a couple of minutes. But I don't want to waste much more time, and I want to get straight into it. And to do so, I want to be honest with you. I'm actually very nervous, because the people who know me know that I mostly have a camera in my hand where I can hide behind, and this is very different for me to speak about what inspires me and talk about the photographs that I'm taking. So please bear with me if I'm looking at my paper or stumble a little bit here and there. I will try my best. Also, I'm very nervous because I never expected myself to find myself in front of a well-educated audience of higher education. I myself took the first opportunity to drop out of such. I never even started education on that behalf. I dropped out of school when I was 17 years old. I knew what I wanted to do, and I took my camera and I went out into the world. The thought of 3 more years of forced educations were baffling to me. I just wanted to do something that gets me out of where I grew up, which was in the middle of the forest, and I wanted to explore the world. So whatever that something might become, I just wanted to find it, and I wanted to go out and yeah, do it. For me, that something became photography. I wanted to become a photographer. I had in my head that I would get a call from a very important client that is asking me to go out into the world, tell an important story that needed to be told through a very important image story, and there was only one man who could do it, and obviously that man would be me. In my head, I had a red emergency phone. I'm not quite sure why I had a red emergency phone in my head, but that's how it was. And I would get a call to send me off onto my next photography assignment. Strangely enough, this is what being a photographer feels like to this day. Some sort of secret mission, being in a place where you're not really supposed to be, just to have this feeling of getting away with something. There's a great quote by Dijana, an adventure photographer who focused on strange topics. She once said, photography is like sneaking into the kitchen at night, stealing Oreo cookies. And that is pretty much the best description I ever heard of photography. When Judit approached me with the idea of giving a talk about inspiration, I actually started to analyze something that most of my life subconsciously has come naturally to me. So how to talk about something that first of all is different from person to person, and second of all very hard to explain and to put in words. Well, I decided to take the same approach as I did when starting out in the freelance world. I started to copy. And that is not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of us only find our own voices by sounding like a lot of other people. Like me, for instance, right now. I'm serious. I don't possess neither the skill of writing a talk nor to hold a talk in front of people. So most of what you will hear me say today is something that I've copied from people that have inspired me throughout my life. Yes, so if you heard this, some of the sentences before, it's probably some famous people like Nelson Mandela or David Goggins or Mike Tyson saying these things before me. Without these individuals that have inspired me, this talk would probably not exist, and I would have probably given up a bunch of times throughout my career, because being a freelance photographer and following your dreams and your vision that most people don't understand or can't see is at times a very lonely journey. So, but let's get to inspiration. What does inspiration or learning mean? It means something old perspectives or old ideas have to make place and eventually die off in order to make room for new ones. A process that is very identical to life. Things or ideas get created, they exist, and eventually they have to die off in order to make room for new generations of things and ideas. And that's the only thing that we have to in life. The only thing we have in common is that we all have to die one day. Everything else is optional and up to you. And if you're in the audience right now thinking, whoa, this got depressive quickly, then please bear with me, because I put hopefully in brackets because I'm not sure, but it will go only uphill from here, because this is where chess comes into the story. Chess is called the game of life, and to be honest with you, that is what chess really is to me. Sure, it's a board game with lots of benefits, and lots of benefits to improve as a human being, but if you don't know how and when to use these tools in life, they won't help you much. You see all these quotes on social media that inspire you to do great things, and we all know them, but the tricky part is to remember them when it's actually time to remember them. Where was I? See, first stumble. But there's a first time for everything in life. Yes. Now and when to use the tools in life, they won't help much. It takes discipline, attention, and sacrifice to truly use the tools to elevate your potential to the fullest. A tool to make the best out of that optional time in between life and death before you have to make room for something new. And to do so, you need to be honest with yourself, no matter if you like it or not. And you need to appreciate your time here on planet Earth for what it really is, temporary. For me, confronting myself with that harsh reality has helped me to gain another perspective on life, and that is truly to make the best out of it. But that's much easier said than done, considering that life is throwing curveballs at us all the time. Additionally, we have to deal with all these emotions: love, frustration, stress, humiliation, just to name a few. With all these different things going on around us and within us, finding the right move to make amongst these seemingly sheer endless possibilities can be a truly daunting notion to ponder at times. It's simply overwhelming. I'm sure most of us felt that very way when we first encountered the game of chess. The first time we played, it was overwhelming. How did the knight move? What is the en passant? Fork what? Spoon here, knife there. Nobody really knew what was going on. But what were we doing? We were going back to the table. We were looking at what we just have learned, and we improved. We went back and analyzed our games, learned opening tactics and endgame variations. Over time we improved, got better, and if you're really disciplined, some might say obsessed, some became grandmasters, and only a handful get to call themselves a world champion. It takes a tremendous amount of discipline to reach this kind of level in anything you choose to do in or with your life. And that is what inspiration is to me, to find beauty in the good times and to find beauty in the bad times, regardless of success or failure, black or white. Because at the end of the day, darkness is just the absence of light, hate is the absence of love, and sometimes just take a little longer, a little more discipline to keep on looking for those things. With discipline as your medium, your life will become a work of art. And to be able to look back at my life one day as a piece of art is what truly inspires me. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Now, can you imagine how important it will be to massively promote educational chess in Africa? I am very sensitive to this because I have visited many African countries and I feel in love with that continent. And someone is working very hard to achieve this. She's Anzel Laubscher, Senior Lead Instructor of the Education Commission of the International Chess Federation, FIDE, and advocating law of the High Court in South Africa. As a player, she is a woman international master, and her dream is that all African children will know chess by 2030. And her philosophy is this sentence, which I like very much. When you reach a child, you reach a family. When you reach a family, you reach a community. Once you reach a community, you can change a nation. Anzel Laubscher.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the nice introduction, Leontxo. Well, yes, this is my African dream, but I have a little confession as well. When they mic'd me up now, I relived my big dream to become a pop star one day, you know, like Beyonce vibes. But there's only one thing that got between me and my pop star career, and that's my voice. I can't sing to save my life. So let me rather tell you about my African dream. I saw this picture and something caught my eye about this. And I couldn't figure it out. And actually on my way, on the plane, on my way here, it hit me like a bomb. Because this picture explains exactly what this African dream is about. When you see the elephant, elephants are known as a symbol of wisdom and a memory like an elephant, you know, that saying. And then the trees, I always identify trees as new life and new beginnings. So this picture is about a new community, a new continent, a new life. Let me tell you about this. I wanted to play this song by Vicky Sampson, but we're unfortunately not allowed to due to you know, the streaming part and copyright. But I do want to encourage you to please listen to this song in your own time. But listen to it loudly with your earphones on. And I just want to quote this part, because in my African dream, there's a new tomorrow. My African dream is a dream that we can follow. And though it would seem my hope's an illusion, my African dream is an end to the confusion. That's the chorus. And please listen to this song in your own time. I want to give you a little bit of a background. In 2021, in the midst of the third wave of COVID, I got on the plane to Kenya to present a preparation of teachers course at the African Schools Championships. Now, before that, during COVID, the Education Commission presented a course where people could qualify as lecturers to present the preparation of teachers course. I was part of the first group to do that. I was also the first woman to qualify and the first person from Africa to pass the exam and to qualify as a lecturer. And I just realized that this is something that I really, really want to do. I love teaching. I love chess. What's the question? 1 + 1 is 2, right? But I also realized that this course was developed for online, but also for a certain type of classroom, where we have a whiteboard, interactive, smart whiteboard. In Africa, we are struggling to find white chalk to write on a blackboard. So this was not suitable for Africa. And I approached the Education Commission and also the continental leaders, and they were extremely supportive. And they said, let's do this. I said, let's do this in person. So I got on the plane in the middle of the third wave of COVID, 17 swabs up my nose, so many tests done, passed all of them, just not to spread the virus. We trained 74 people in that course. And that was the beginning. That was the birth of the in-person training of this course. So Africa, we started this. Just remember that. Since then, we trained in 9 countries in person. Those are the countries. Most of them had more than one course. I saw the Namibian president here. We had the course there. I saw Kenya here. We had the course there. Also, well, I'm South Africa, but the others, especially Nigeria, had quite a few, and also a few schools instructors. Now, these are the title qualifiers in Africa. The schools instructor titles, there are 396 already qualified. Lead school instructors can present the course to teachers. It's not a title course then, but they can present it to teachers. And there we have 36 already in Africa. And just for interest's sake, this course was only developed this year, and we already have 36. And then we have senior lead instructors who can present the course as a titled course, and there we have 7 of them already. Chess makes a child smarter. Yes, we've heard this before. But why? And this is important. We have to understand why it makes a child smarter. It is because of the skills that it develops. And this is how we should explain it to stakeholders, to departments of education, to principals, to sponsors, investors. It develops certain skills, and those skills improve academic performance and life skill and all the nice things. But also, the other thing that we need to remember is that chess can also be a remedial tool. Children who struggle to read and write, chess can be used to develop certain skills to improve those shortcomings. And this is why I believe that we can gap this bridge in our education system, because in Africa, the education system is failing us. And I will say this on any stage, because we have limited resources, and it's not only about, you might think white smartboards. I'm talking about chairs and tables. I'm talking about basic materials, printing, basic things. And because of the lack of these resources and massive classrooms, it's very difficult to get to every child and to include every child. Where chess is this perfect vehicle and this perfect tool to use to develop these skills anyway. The vision? By the year 2030, every child in Africa should be introduced to chess before they reach the age of 9. And that's my stand tonight. Today, this morning. Well, someone watching there, it is tonight, so tonight. This is my stand, and I'm standing firm on this. By the year 2030, I believe that every single child in Africa, before the age of 9, can be introduced to chess. I'm not saying they have to play tournaments, competitive or club chess. Just learn the basic moves of chess. Like they need to learn how to swim, or they need to learn how to kick a ball, or to catch a ball, or to run, or to walk. That should be chess as well. The mission, Now this is the thing, how do we get there? The vision is amazing, but how do we get there? So this is a three-part plan. The first part is to target 4 countries per zone. We have 5 zones in Africa. And then, so we first just target those 4 countries. We develop LSIs, Lee School instructors, who can, remember what I said, they can go out and teach the trainers, or train the teachers. You got me. Train the teachers from every zone. And then also, we can present a senior lead instructor course online, because that's a 1-day course. We can present that online for people to become senior lead instructors, and then present the course, the titled course, in their countries as well. I have a 3-phase process in this. The first part is to deliver the course in person in the countries. I've learned that this, you have to speak to them. So that's the first part. The second part is to develop senior lead instructors from all the zones. This will be cost effective because the senior lead instructors can then train the teachers in their respective zones. And for travel purposes and time purposes, that's very important. And the last part is I propose that this will be probably the most successful part of this. If we can get the preparation of teachers course as part of the professional development structure for teachers. The courses that teachers need to do, I delivered this in Qatar once to teachers for that purpose, and they absolutely loved it as a professional development course. Because through the course, they don't only learn chess, but they also learn certain teaching skills and classroom management skills that we use for chess that works in the normal classroom as well. So the African Dream 2030. Let all the children play to create a smart continent. I feel like Mama Africa when I say the following. Chess does not have to become a lifestyle of winning, but it has the potential to create better lives. There's my contact details. Anyone who would like to get involved in the project and to also just follow it, please stay in touch or get in touch. And this picture I took, it looks like a simple picture, but this was a marker in time in my life last year. We were in Zimbabwe, and this is little Nikita. And this was in rural Zimbabwe, near the Vic Falls. And they live in homesteads. And we were supposed, I was with Jerry and Nigel Short, and we were supposed to address the high school kids. Jerry and Nigel lost me at the gate when I met little Nikita. They had to go and talk to the kids and the teachers. I sat with Nikita for an hour, and I played with Nikita. And this little girl is so bright. But what she taught me, she made me feel the heartbeat of Africa. And I'm African. I was born in Africa. My parents were born in Africa. My grandparents were born in Africa. But a little girl named Nikita made my heart beat for Africa and realized that chess can make a difference for our children in Africa. And I will end off with the quote that our chairperson gave us when we started the process, and Leontxo mentioned it, but I'm going to finish off with it as well. When you reach a child, you reach a family. When you reach a family, you reach a community. And once you reach the community, you can potentially change a nation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Anzel. Now, each of the topics to be addressed by our next speaker deserves one or even more lectures. But we believe it is very important to have a global vision of the enormous usefulness of chess as an educational, social, and therapeutic tool. And Pep Suarez is an ideal person to give us that vision. He has great experience in all these fields and also in chess as a sport, collaborating with the International Chess Federation, the European Chess Union, the Spanish Federation, and organizing as well his own activities. Just one more fact. on his beautiful island, Menorca, in Spain, chess is in the curriculum in almost all public schools. Pep Suarez.
Thank you very much, Leontxo. Well, before we begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Judit Polgar, an inspiration for all the people who love chess, not just for her career, but his effort to make chess like a tool for education. Thank you, Judit. Thank you, Judit. One day, maybe without really know how, someone, maybe your mother, your father, your grandfather, at the school, just appear in your life. If you are lucky, I will take you by the hand, and then you begin a journey with many stops and praises. But you always will be together. This presentation is about this journey. This journey, we talk about the childhood, the adolescence, and the elderly. Because when chess take by the hand, they don't give up. They give you the opportunity to lead together, to make this journey a fantastic experience in your life. Just because it's not like a tool, it's like a friend that follows you and tells you some questions, tells you some ideas that never before you can think about. This is my experience and the experience that many people who got chess. So we are talking about this journey. If we are talking about chess like a learning tool, I think now everybody knows perfectly that this is a fantastic tool. Development of strategic thinking, promoting concentration, improving decision-making, stimulating creativity. This is very clear for us, and I think also for the community. And if it is not clear for the community, we are fighting and we are trying to express and spread these main points to our society. Because in this new society that we are living, and changing every day, we need to spread the benefits of this tool that we love. In the childhood, chess is a fantastic tool for cognitive development, emotional learning, and also for academic performance. Chess stimulates skills such as memory, attention, problem solving, and critical thinking in children. Also, and this is very important for me, playing chess teaches children to handle frustration, something that is very important in these times, patience and teamwork, fundamental skill for their emotional development. And something also for me very important, when you start to play chess and when you start to play chess like not like a competitive chess, like just for fun, you understand that the empathy is very important. And empathy is one of the main key points in our society. But also chess is a tool in the therapeutic, like a therapeutic question, like a therapeutic tool. We have many, many different examples about that. For example, in FIDE, we got a fantastic program with chess and autism spectrum disorder in many different countries. And we are working with these kinds of children, and they are with very, very, very good success. Also with ADHD, we got fantastic programs. For example, in Spain, we got one that is very, very interesting. with investigation and research, they are really fantastic also. And when we come to the adolescents, when you are Jones, also chess, can we get that something that important thing is that strategic thinking, situation analysis, problem solving, and decision making. In this part of the life, when you are so young, the confusion is natural, I think so, and you need in some way then someone gives you to the right direction. And I think in chess, maybe this friend that can give you some new approach to go for in this life, go on. Concentration, discipline, critical thinking, teamwork. There are a lot of topics that chess can put in your life when you are so young. But also, chess is very useful with the relation in mathematics. We know a lot about that. We got making some different investigation the last year, and we introduced chess and mathematics in different schools, also in secondary school, and the results, they are brilliant. I think they are fantastic. Also, the connection with the robotic in these times, we got different schools, and they try to implement this relation between chess and robotics, and they are really fantastic, a fantastic experience. And later in the chess in the last time of our lives, in the elderly, is a fantastic cool, no? Keeping the mind active, social connection, this is very important for us, and also the management of the stress. This is something that is very important. And we got different programs, that later I told you, that improve this kind of life at this when you are in the old age, no? In the elderly. For example, this program that we started many years ago, 5 years ago, to prevention of cognitive impairment with the Fundación La Caixa, in a Greek bank from Spain. Then we are talking about these people, and we using chess to content mental stimulation, socialization and connection, prevention of Alzheimer's disease, and with a big result. More than 1,200 people are in this program, and the results, they are really fantastic. And now we start another project with our friends from France and from Portugal, Chess Against Cancer. This is a fantastic program that we start with our friends from France and Portugal. We start this year because we're thinking chess can maybe a tool to use it for these people that after face the chemotherapy, you know, we can use chess like a tool for help these people, no? Chess for a tool for resilience, for training key skills, and stress release and disengagement. We start this program this year, and I think it will be a fantastic project also. I want to say something very clear, no? Chess is a companion for life. When you met him, he gives you the hand, hey, come together. He gives you a lot of things. They try to support to your cognitive development. They help to you in the emotional growth. They make the life enrichment. I believe in chess like a friend that follows you all the time. So remember, take chess by the hand on this beautiful journey. And before the end, I want to show you a little video that we made yesterday that I think show you what I said before. Please. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Pep. Thank you very much, Pep. Now, for a few seconds, I'm going to talk as a journalist. That there are black chess grandmasters should not be news. But unfortunately, it is. Because there are only 4 black chess grandmasters in the whole world. Now, I'm going to talk to the first one to achieve that title 25 years ago. He is Maurice Ashley from the USA, where no other black person has achieved it in the last 25 years. Maurice is also, as many of you know, a very famous commentator, presenter, organizer, and writer. He has just published 2 books, move-by-move life lessons on and off the chessboard, and the other one is for children, The Life-Changing Magic of Chess. Let's talk to him. Maurice Ashley. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Good morning, Maurice.
Good morning.
And thanks a lot for coming.
Appreciate it. I got a little bit of a sore throat because of a cold, but hopefully everybody can understand me.
Your voice sounds very well, as usual.
Thank you.
Only 4 black grandmasters in the whole world. It is a symbol of a still very big discrimination which goes far beyond chess.
I'm not sure discrimination is the right word, but there are certainly some inequities that exist that contribute to this issue. It's sad for me, as you said, 25 years after becoming a grandmaster, that no other black person in the U.S. has achieved this goal, and only 4 worldwide, myself among them, has achieved this. So I'm working on it. I'm definitely getting involved with the young people who are stars of the game, who hope to be stars of the game and achieve this goal, not just as a grandmaster, but one of the top players. You don't see any black faces at the top of chess. It just doesn't exist. And so the talented ones need support, not just financial support, but advice. The path to becoming a grandmaster is a torturous one, and it requires a lot of intense preparation. It requires money for travel, but it also requires the kind of insight as to the difficulties one faces, because everybody who's trying to become a grandmaster, let's be real, faces these difficulties. But it's nice to have sort of inside look as to the kind of things you need to be aware of, and especially for the parents, because they're the ones who have to navigate it the most for the child.
You were born in Jamaica.
Yes.
You grew up in Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn all day, yes.
I guess your way to success was not easy at all.
It was different. It was different. I started playing chess seriously at age 14. I knew the rules, but I didn't know anything about chess tournaments. I didn't know about scholastic events, the educational value of chess. Oh, that was nothing. It was me, 14 years old, my friends at school, falling in love in high school, falling in love with chess, that is, and playing all the time, and then going out to the parks in Brooklyn where there were the hustlers and the trash talkers, and getting my lunch money taken by the hustlers, but being so immersed in the game that all I did was study chess all day, all night. It was school as an afterthought. I don't like spreading this to, we're talking to kids, but it was school as an afterthought and chess really as my job once I got hooked. And it was my life. I didn't even know it would be any kind of money in chess. Who knew that I could make a whole career out of it? But fortunately, my brain just ate up everything that I was studying. And it wasn't until I was 2,400 and then 21 years old that I even ever had a trainer in chess, because my parents couldn't afford it. But somehow I got lucky.
Let's go to what you say in your books. For instance, your concept of advanced beginner reminds me of a quote from Socrates, the very famous Greek philosopher, when he said, I only know I know nothing. Is chess a perfect field to develop that idea?
Absolutely. You know, when I first became a grandmaster, I have to say, I got a little bit depressed after the celebration, of course, because you kind of think you've arrived somewhere, and what you realize you arrived at is this point where there's vastly much more that you don't know than you do know that's still ahead of you. And now I've come to just accept this as a standard truth, that we as grandmasters are simply advanced beginners. We know some things. We may even know quite a few things. But the engines show us that we're potzers. I mean, it's just clear. You think you know the move, and then the engine goes, no, there's this, and this, and then there's that, and that counters what you did. And there are just so many more patterns. I remember I was showing a puzzle. Actually, I gave a question to some beginners over at Chessable, where I do videos. I do these training courses. And I asked this question: what is the least amount of material that you need to checkmate a king in the middle of the board? There's a bare board, put the king in the middle of the board. And what do you need to checkmate? And I thought I had the answer, which I thought was 7. And one of the beginners, the absolute beginner, her name is Anya, she said, she's a designer, she's a graphic designer. She said, couldn't you just do it with pawns? And I sat there and I thought about it, and I was like, oh, you're right. Like here, I'm a grandmaster kind of casually lecturing to these lower-rated players, and the worst player in the group, who's a graphic designer, saw something else in her head. And I just smiled at it, and I ended up creating a study around this concept. But you have to be open. You have to be open. There's so many truths in chess. It's never-ending, and we are all just beginners, advanced beginners at that.
Yeah. And in chess, more than in any other sport, I think, you can't blame defeat to the arbiter, or, you know, it's raining.
Oh, you could. Definitely.
You shouldn't. Let's say it that way. You shouldn't do it. Okay, or what a bad luck I had, and so on. Therefore, the loser is the one who is learning more.
Losing is learning. I tell my students that all the time. Losing is learning. It's a part of our game, and we all lose. Even Magnus Carlsen loses. But the winner learns too. I had a student by the name of Chris. He had just come out of national championships. First round, he'd never been to a national scholastic championships. He comes out of the first round, and he's won his game. 15 minutes it took. But it was so fast. I said, wow, this is a classical game, 15 minutes. So I'm expected to see, like, the kid fell for maybe a scholar's maid or, you know, quick, easy tactic. And he showed me his score sheet, and the second score sheet, and the next score sheet. It was 80 moves that he had written down on his sheet. I said, 80 moves? How did you play 80 moves in 15 minutes? And he's all smiles, and he said, well, she just played quickly. And I said, you know, you shouldn't be playing this fast. And I said, your friends or your teammates are all there really working hard. You should be thinking about every move. And he was so upset that I hadn't applauded his victory that he started crying in the middle of a Skittles room with parents around, everybody. Like, who's this coach making his student feel bad for winning a game? So I took him outside, cleaned him up. I said, listen, I really appreciate the fact that you won, but you have to stop and slow down. It's important because you're going to make mistakes in future games. Well, he punished me for that because every single game after that, he was the last person out. And he ended up going 5-2, and the next year he was captain of my team. So yeah, you can learn from losing, but certainly you can learn from winning also.
And being flexible in today's world is probably one of the most important virtues for any human being in a world which is changing very fast, probably faster than ever before. And chess develops very much this flexible thinking. For instance, if we play a game for several hours, in different moments, just one move from you or from myself will force us to change our evaluation and the planning and so on. And don't forget, we have to do that flexible thinking, fast because the clock is running as well. So, looks like flexible thinking is one of the capacities you can develop more with chess, right?
Yeah, flexibility is actually one of my favorite virtues in life. I had to admit that even in a dating scene, you know, like the first quality I look in a lady is how flexible is she? And I mean mentally, that is. Flexibility is important. You know, there's a quote, it's better to have a bad plan than no plan. That's like one of the worst quotes in chess history. I hate that quote. Because a bad plan, you're going to lose the game with a bad plan. But no plan, you can wait. You can be flexible. You can take the moment to see what your opponent does and then change accordingly.
Exactly.
And so to me, the biggest quality in chess is actually not looking far into the future, but absolutely situational awareness. How aware are you in the moment? And how ready are you to go in any direction? That to me is the main quality as a chess player, the strength of strong players, that they can have an idea, study it, plan it out, and then the very next move say, that's garbage, because my opponent just did something else that changed everything, and proceed accordingly.
However, the concept of transfer, I mean, what you learn from chess to your normal life, is much debated among scientists. In my opinion, in chess, there is transfer, except if there is obsession. I mean, if you are obsessed with chess, and chess is the only thing in your life, you don't have any other field to transfer what you are learning from chess. But you say in your books that, exactly you say, if you are, let me quote you, you state that obsession is almost indispensable to be a grandmaster. Therefore, the transfer of what chess teaches us does not include the grandmasters?
Well, it's funny, Magnus was asked this himself, and he said, they asked him, what did chess teach you? And he said, chess has taught me nothing. You know, typical Magnus, tongue-in-cheek kind of comment. And then he said, well, actually, it has taught me how to make important decisions with incomplete information under severe time pressure. That's like one of the biggest things you'll ever learn in life. All the big decision makers, business moguls and the like, have to do that. And Kasparov, in his book, How Life Imitates Chess, had that statement where he said, and this is the thing, he said, I didn't think about what chess taught me while I was playing. While I was playing, I was trying to crush people, I was trying to win games. It was only after my career was over and then I could reflect back on what it did that I realized how much it had. And I think that that is the case for grandmasters. We're busy trying to checkmate people, but when it's all said and done, when we look back, we realize this game transformed us in more ways than we can count.
It's a pity, Maurice, we don't have more time, but I think that this conversation has been very inspiring for a lot of people, so I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we introduce our next speaker, who is also a very important person. When we talk about educational chess, we think mainly of children. But in reality, chess can teach us a lot throughout our lives, as, for instance, Maurice underlined just a few minutes ago. For example, how to make decisions under pressure, as he precisely said. Let's listen to a person who was brilliant as a chess player in his youth and now has to make very difficult decisions every day. Norbert Fogarasi is the head of Morgan Stanley in Budapest, and he is so convinced that chess is very useful in everyday life that Morgan Stanley is the main sponsor of this educational chess summit. Norbert Fogarasi.
Thank you very much, Leontxo, and thank you very much, all of you, for coming along to the Educational Chess Summit, being part of the 10th Global Chess Festival with Judit Polgar, and we're very proud to be the sponsors for the 6th time going. As Leontxo said, I have a personal connection to chess. Growing up in Hungary, I got to a candidate master level in chess, but then my life actually took me overseas. I studied then in Canada, in Toronto, and I joined Morgan Stanley 25 years ago in New York. And the picture that you see here on the screen is actually our headquarter building, 1585 Broadway in the middle of Manhattan. And fast forward about 23 years, when we started to promote and sponsor the chess festival here, we've actually put up a sponsorship ad for the chess festival on our Times Square building in the middle of Manhattan. And we've actually featured one of the positions from the infamous game between Judit and Magnus Carlsen, played in that Spanish park. It was a blitz game. You cannot see the bottom row, unfortunately, but those of you that are chess players, you can imagine the rook on d1, and you will immediately blurt out the winning move, bishop b6, right, that Judit ended up winning the game with. What I'm here to tell you about is that chess is not only useful in the various walks of life that Anzel and Pep have already told you about, but also in business. It teaches you skills that are invaluable in business life. Leontxo didn't mention, but in addition to being a candidate master, a managing director at Morgan Stanley, having worked there for 25 years, I also hold a PhD in computer science. So I'm also going to touch on how chess has taught me to have a successful career in academics as well, and how it's helped us to build relationships with the universities here in Budapest. The STEM word over there, I want to stop on for a second. It stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And this is something that we feel very strong about, that chess is more than a game. It's a tool, as we've heard in the previous presentations, but it's an excellent introductory tool for children to get into these fields. And what is close and dear to our heart at Morgan Stanley is getting more girls into these areas. We find that our technology department, our mathematical modeling department are very much male-dominated, and we want to have a much more diverse workforce. This picture was taken 14 years ago. This was one of the unofficial chess festivals at the beginning. And there you see Judit playing a simul against 33 players, and I happen to be one of them. And what's amazing on that picture is you see, again, this was in 2007, and you see how I have a lot more gray hair than on that picture, but Judit has not changed a little bit at all, as you can see. So that's what's amazing there. But why does Morgan Stanley, an investment bank, sponsor an event like the Global Chess Festival? Well, that's because we feel that it teaches you very important skills. We spoke about decision-making under pressure. Maurice mentioned that in his discussion. Absolutely. When we come to key skills, when I come to key skills that I've learned from chess, that's definitely one of them. Also, strategic thinking, so making plans is very, very important over the board, but also in the business life as well. Pattern recognition, we haven't spoken about. They say what differentiates a master-level player from a lower-level player is the fact they've put in a lot more hours and they're a lot quicker in identifying key patterns over the board. And that's something that we also see in business life. When you have to make quick decisions with incomplete information, you rely on things you had seen before and patterns that you've built up in your head. And finally, adaptability. The ability, even if you have the best laid plans, they don't withstand the first punch from your opponent, as one of the famous boxers said. So you have to be adaptable to the situation over the chessboard and also in the business life. The picture you see here is actually our Budapest office. And we organized a chess picnic back in 2018, where myself and my colleagues, we challenged the Hungarian women's national team to a match. It just so happens I'm not the only chess player at Morgan Stanley in Budapest. We have 2 international masters, we have a couple of FIDE masters, and we have many other chess enthusiasts. So we had this big dream of why don't we challenge a strong team? And this was before the 2018 Batumi Chess Olympiad. We asked the women's national team if they were up for a preparatory match. And that's become a tradition. About 2 weeks ago, it was the 3rd time already that we had challenged the women's national team to a match. Unfortunately, we lost all 3 times, but we take some credit for the women's team doing so well in the Olympiads because we gave them a good boost before they went off to battle. Morgan Stanley is one of the largest financial services companies in the world with more than 80,000 people working. And in Budapest, we have close to 3,000 colleagues. We have a technology department with more than 1,000 people. We have mathematical modeling. We have analysts in our risk management and in our finance divisions. So you can see how there is a connection to the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, math, and therefore you can see how there's a connection to chess and why we have so many strong chess players playing for us. We actually organize, we started from Budapest, organizing chess tournaments globally for all of our colleagues. We played online, and we have colleagues from India, from our large Mumbai office. We have from North America, from our New York, Baltimore, Alpharetta, and Montreal offices joining in. Actually, more than 40 offices have joined into this year's competition, and we had close to 1,000 of our colleagues play in this online chess tournament that just concluded last week. We also use chess to connect with the communities and to connect with potential future colleagues. This is one of the reasons why we've decided to sponsor the Chess Festival. We have actually partnerships with many universities where we use chess as one of the tools. In fact, there's a university that puts out a chess team, and for 13 years now, we've played them every single year in a match. And that's managed to create a very nice connection between us and that university. But I also mentioned how chess connects us. It's one of the mottos of the Global Chess Festival. We live that every day also within Morgan Stanley, as I mentioned, in that large global competition. We also go out and hold guest lectures and hackathons at the universities, so we use other tools as well, but we have found that chess is a fantastic way to connect with kids. Yesterday at the Global Chess Festival, I had some of my colleagues, and that's the picture over there, out playing with the kids and showing them, introducing them to concepts of programming through Lego robots. And again, a great way to connect with people at the Global Chess Festival. We also have deeper connections, and we use it for deeper topics with our universities. We've actually kicked off a number of research projects with some of my colleagues. I mentioned that I myself hold a PhD. About 100 of my colleagues here in the Budapest office have advanced degrees, including PhDs. And we have kicked off this deep research project with one of the universities. I'm not going to go through the technical details, but we're looking for ways to see why better chess players or grandmasters are able to cope with stress better than perhaps the weaker players. What are their thought processes under pressure, and are there things that we can learn from that we can then adopt more broadly in life? And in order to get a large sample, we've actually distributed a questionnaire. It takes about 35-40 minutes to complete the questionnaire, and I will try and get this to you as well. I need your help to get more participants involved. And then based on the questionnaire, we're going to be trying to make these connections between mental processes as well as personality traits. So let me conclude by saying that chess is a very multifaceted tool that we are using in the business world. It's helped me tremendously myself in my career and in teaching me skills. They're very useful for STEM as well as very useful in the business life. But we are also, Morgan Stanley is also using chess to connect with a broader community and help keep a connectivity between our colleagues globally. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Norbert, for your lecture, and to Morgan Stanley as well for the support, massive support for many years. Now, next subject. Convincing education authorities to introduce chess into the curriculum is not easy. But some countries have succeeded. The most impressive example, I think, is Armenia, a country where, moreover, chess as a sport is extremely popular. Let's listen to a woman who is among the great Armenian experts in educational chess. Her name is Alla Khachatryan, and this very interesting quote is from her. Chess in education is a powerful tool to develop critical thinking, strategic planning, and problem-solving skills in students, fostering a lifelong love for learning. Alla Khachatryan.
Thank you, Leontxo. Honorable Educational Chess Summit participants, I'm delighted to be part of this prestigious event and greet you all. It's inspiring to see chess becoming such a vital component of education. Events like this allow us to share developments from around the world, and I hope they will become more frequent. As many of you know, Armenia is the first country to officially adopt chess into its national school curriculum. This initiative is not merely about teaching a game, but it aims to reform our educational system by developing mental capacity, memory, attention, diligence, willpower, patience, and social skills in primary school students, which will contribute to the easy understanding of other subjects. The team that turned the idea of chess in school program into reality was led by Grandmaster Sambat Laputian. Prior to program's official integration, significant efforts were made to popularize chess through the establishment of chess centers and schools across the country. And to foster even greater interest, we launched Scholastic Chess Olympiads, a highly desirable tournament attracting over 15,000 children annually that has greatly shifted the attitude of school children and parents toward chess. By the way, this is my son. Another important thing is to inform the public and the parents about the educational values and educational goals of chess. So, the first question to address before implementation: why include chess in schools? And the answer lies in its unique benefits of chess. First, chess is a game that is just by nature. From small age, a child plays chess and learns how to win fairly and lose fairly. Second, chess enables a child to make decisions independently, to assess the situation, and find the best way. Chess enables a child to develop creative thinking, not to be predictable by the opponent, cognitive skills to envision changes in all possible situations, and many other valuable abilities that extend far beyond the chessboard. And when we combine all these qualities, we see the importance of chess in the education system. And by making chess a subject, we give the child the opportunity to see lifelike situations, practice, and be able to orientate correctly. Our journey wasn't easy. With no prior module to follow, we spent 5 years of preparing to integrate chess into schools. In 2011, chess was introduced as a compulsory academic subject in all public schools of the country. And from 2nd to 4th grade with 60 academic hours per year. Today, we have 42,000 children that receive chess lessons annually, and over 500,000 have participated since its inception. The process of implementation included providing schools with the necessary equipment with the support of the government and teacher trainings, an area that continues to pose challenges, particularly in ensuring teachers have both chess and pedagogical skills. Initially, chess coaches were involved, but they lacked pedagogical skills. That's why later experts in psychology, sociology, and education were brought in, such as one doesn't need to be an Einstein to teach physics, a grandmaster isn't required to teach chess in schools. We provide certification based on psychopedagogy and chess teaching methodology, ensuring that educators are well equipped. In 2012, we introduced a bachelor's degree program in chess education at the Armenian State Pedagogical University, ensuring growing a pool of qualified chess teachers. The quality of teaching and learning materials is another critical factor. Our chess textbooks, workbooks, teachers' handbooks created by experts in child psychology and education have been harmonized for various skill levels. We have also created specific resources for children with special educational needs. Research has played a vital role in our progress, as the important thing is that the government and the society acknowledge the importance of chess in the education system. So in 2012, a research began to be conducted into the effectiveness and results of the program. A chess achievement evaluation test was created alongside with contextual surveys as part of the first research direction. Recognizing and identifying the learning styles of the pupils and adequately respond is one of the important parts of chess education. And the second question important to address is the quality of chess teaching. How can we improve the implementation? Because decision makers want to know whether this implementation is properly, what's going well, and what are the key obstacles. And cognitive abilities, teachers' competencies, emotional intelligence, social skills, public opinion, teachers' difficulties, and other problems have been tested. In 2018, Chess Scientific Research Institute was founded to expand research in the directions of methodology, psychology, and sociology, and to highlight the impact of chess education on the formation of one of the most important competencies of 21st century students. And over the years, our research has given us the confidence that chess in education can undoubtedly be very desirable for an entire society and across the world, overcoming the initial skepticism about chess values in education. With that in mind, chess in school is supported by the state. Let's pay attention to some results of our research. So here we can conclude that pupils believe that chess has mostly a positive impact on such characteristics as self-confidence, cooperation, planning, responsibility, etc. We have a lot of research showing that emotional intelligence of students studying chess is pretty higher. The role of chess as a school subject has been increasing continuously while pupils have been learning to implement chess abilities for developing their problem-solving skills. Actually, pupils believe they've become more effective problem solvers after studying chess. And 43% of school children have chess among their top 3 favorite school subjects. However, the introduction of chess as a subject in general education was accompanied by certain obstacles and risks, and among which, despite challenges, among which was public opinion, concern about the workload of students, attitude of parents, we have made continuous improvements. In 2021, we revised our educational standards to include more interactive, interdisciplinary, and project-based approaches. Within the framework of the Armenian model, special attention is paid to the connections and interdisciplinary influences of chess and other subjects, to increase the efficiency of learning other subjects of general education through chess thinking. Pupils' progress in chess is mostly in line with their skills and knowledge in native language and mathematics in primary school. And here we can see again the ingredients, indicators. Here you can see the key factors of success of teaching and learning chess in schools. And we can conclude that the main advantages of Armenian chess in schools are its systematization, high level of control, permanent feedback from all stakeholders, teachers, learners, experts, parents, headmasters, and continuous evaluation and adaptation of the program, regular updates to teaching materials and methodologies. I hope that chess will continue to grow in the educational systems worldwide. Thank you, and wish you all the best in your discussions.
Thanks a lot, Alla, and congratulations for achieving such a success in Armenia. Now, we go to another country where chess as a sport is very popular, is Kazakhstan, and where the government is now starting to introduce it as an educational tool as well. And believe me, because I have been there just a few weeks ago, they are doing that very seriously. I'm going to talk about it with the first vice president of the Kazakh Chess Federation, is Grandmaster Darmen Sadvakasov. And, well, I'm sure that his stories are going to be very inspiring for many other countries who are in a similar situation trying to convince their governments. Darmen Sadvakasov.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good morning, Darmen. Thanks a lot for coming.
Good morning, Leontxo. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for such a kind introduction. So I'm very pleased, and thank you, Judit, for inviting us to this event, and to all organizers. I was really impressed by the presentations today, and especially by attention of one of the biggest investment banks, Morgan Stanley. Thank you very much for organizing this event with us.
Mm-hmm. During my first visit to Kazakhstan, it was 2023, you and your team were in talks with your government. Now you have approved and developed plan. I will ask you later on about the details on that. But first of all, what were your most effective argument to convince the Ministry of Education?
Thank you for this question. I remember how you came to Kazakhstan, and it was our common attempt to go to the Ministry of Education, all together with the ambassador of Spain, presenting the experience of Spain in chess in education. And we shared, of course, this experience, and also we shared a lot of different countries' experience in chess. But it was quite hard to overcome the bureaucracy. And finally, we were very successful because of the president's support. 2 years ago, we met with the president of the country, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, who supported chess in the country personally, saying that he will personally support development of chess in Kazakhstan. Since that, we got this political support, and we were able finally to persuade the government to approve the national plan. They call it the concept of chess development in the country until 2027. So we have a lot of initiatives there, including chess in education.
And what does your plan consist of?
So this plan consists of different sections. Of course, this is the professional chess. This is the popularization of chess in country. So this is chess in education. This is, of course, infrastructure. And we organize a lot of events in our country. As you know, we organized several world championships. This year it was team championship. 2 years ago it was rapid and blitz championship. In 2023 we organized the final match between Dean Lejean and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and so on. Actually, our team organizes 55 events in a year. So they're quite busy with all these activities.
To be clear, the aim is not only producing as many grandmasters as possible in the future in Kazakhstan, but also, or even mainly, that chess contributes to high-quality education throughout your country, I guess.
Yeah, this is the aim of our initiatives. Of course, we want to contribute to the forming the intellectual nation in the country, and actually this is our mission. And we share these thoughts with the president of Kazakhstan Chess Federation, Mr. Timur Turlov, and he also personally supports this financially, and he pays a lot of attention. Actually, in his agenda, I think this is the most important agenda for Kazakhstan. And we developed chess in schools, and last year we started the pilot project in 42 schools of Kazakhstan in 7 regions out of 20. And the pilot was very successful. So it covered around 1,000 students of first grade. And this year we already expand this experience to all the regions of Kazakhstan. And at the moment we have a number around 500, 600 schools across the country.
As we still have time, I will ask you to elaborate a little bit your next answer, because I think that question is specifically important. What are the most difficult problems or obstacles you have faced in these negotiations or talks with the government in order to convince the authorities? Because I think your answer is going to be very useful for other countries in a similar situation.
We of course use the saying that you provided us about the Spanish parliament. You remember that? You said at that time when we went together to the Ministry of Education that the Spanish parliament has different parties, and there's always big disputes there about different agenda. But the only question in history in Spanish parliament, when the parliament was voted like with full support, it was integration of chess into the educational system. So and we provide different international experience around that, and of course we were successful in convincing them. But the main obstacle, I would say, this is not only bureaucracy. The main obstacle is the teachers. Actually, we have to prepare teachers in the country. And recently, we, together with the Ministry of Education, we taught 200 teachers in 8 different regions of the country. And then separately, Kazakhstan Chess Federation developed the video course for teachers, and we started teaching 500 teachers simultaneously. So we think that we will be able to cover this gap that we have at the moment. But of course, we understand that this course is a short-term course, it's 72 hours, and we need to be more serious. So we prepare together with several universities of Kazakhstan a special 1-year course that we want to launch next September. So this is the main initiative.
I was stressing this question because I am a witness on how even in countries like Armenia, for instance, where chess is extremely popular, and in Kazakhstan is very popular as well, for school teachers it's not so easy to assume that chess can be a very good educational tool. I mean, their first reaction could be, chess is a sport, Therefore, sport should be extracurricular, not in the curriculum. So you have to convince them. How you did it?
Oh, it was big battle, yeah. Of course, the government wanted us to develop chess as a sport, and we provided a lot of arguments that we needed as the subject. So now we have this chess as a subject for first to fourth grades in the school. We don't cover all the schools, but we want to cover 20% of the schools in the country by 2027. So we gradually go to this number. It will be around 1,400 schools in the country. And basically, I think we will have a lot of challenges on our way, but we have support of the international experts and the local authorities.
You are still just starting the long process, the plan, but do you have already some feedback from students, school teachers, authorities, families?
Yeah, we have this feedback from the pilot project. It was 42 schools last year. So that's why we developed also the software that supports us in educational purposes, and this has the lectures from the best grandmasters in the world: Vladimir Kramnik, Ho Yifan, Boris Gelfand, Alexander Shabalov, of course Kazakh grandmasters, and we have it in 3 languages: in Kazakh, Russian, and English. And we have also 170 minutes of 3D animation, which we use for the youngest generation. It's quite interesting to use these animational tools for educational purposes. So I think generally we will do our best to achieve the goals. But of course we think that the main problem can be the teachers, still teachers. So that's why software with the educational methodology, with the content, the book that we developed in different languages, and this video course for the teachers and the initiative with the university is very important. So we pay a lot of attention to that.
I wish you a big success, because if you succeed, that will be very good for the whole chess family all over the world. And I especially thank you for this conversation, because as I said before, I'm sure that a lot of countries are learning by listening to you. Thank you very much, Grandmaster Sadvakasov.
Thank you. Thank you, Leontxo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, the next lecture is very connected to what we were talking about, because we are going to talk about a very important problem. I already introduced it more or less a few minutes ago. For most human beings all over the world, I will say, and especially for school teachers, chess is very complicated. Only for intelligent people. They actually confuse being a grandmaster, which is of course very complicated and very difficult, with enjoying chess as a game or using chess as an educational tool. Our next guest has been thinking a lot about this. He is Mike Klein, Chief Chess Officer of a very prominent platform, chesskit.com, which belongs to an even more important platform, chess.com, with more than 120 million users. Mike Klein.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me today. Leontxo is my personal hero, part-time journalist, part-time chess educator, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. I always feel like Janet Jackson wearing one of these things, but like Anzel, I will not be singing today. Big honor to follow a former world junior champion, Darmen Sadvakasov. I'll see if I can live up to his big title he won 26 years ago. Before I get to my talk, I also was thinking about what Maurice Ashley said about flexible thinking. We saw it here at the Olympiad. Magnus Carlsen, 5 minutes to go until the start of the round, didn't have transportation to the event, and he had incomplete information. And what did he do? He figured out a way to grab a booby bike, started riding around, he found the venue, and that was a kind of a good example of flexible thinking. So it actually happened to me once. I want to tell you a little story before I get started. I was in high school, and I went to an overnight field trip at a hotel to a non-chess event. and I was staying with 3 classmates. And we had a midnight curfew. We were all in our hotel room at midnight, and at 12:05, I wanted a Coca-Cola, something very benign. And I opened the door to my hotel room 5 minutes past curfew, and I hear a crack, and unbeknownst to me, our teachers had put tape on all of the hotel room doors, so if we were to open them past curfew, it would break the tape. And we have no way to seal the tape because we're inside the hotel room and the tape's on the outside. So I realize I'm about to get in trouble. So I go sit down in my bed, and my 3 roommates, they're going to get in trouble too. They look at me and they say, "Mike, you're the chess player, figure it out." And it's funny because they saw my line of thinking as chess thinking, but I just knew it as thinking, right? I've been playing chess since I was 4. I didn't know any other way to think. And so I went through the normal chess player process. I thought of several different problem solutions. Do I call a pizza man, have the pizza man come tape it? Where do I get the tape from? And then 5 minutes later, I figured it out, and I went into the hallway, and I broke everyone's tape. And I got away with it. So probably not the best story to tell to kids, but that was an example of chess player thinking, and it did save me. So, well, my job here at the Olympiad is actually mostly to be a chess journalist, and as you know, chess is a zero-sum game. But in this room, we are not zero-sum. We're all fighting for the same thing. We want chess to be as popular as ever with every kid in the world. So in a sense, this is a much more delight to talk to because there's no contentiousness in this room. How do we know when chess has made it? Well, I always talk about the fact that, at least in the US, art and music are taught in nearly every school. And I always wonder, in the 1950s, did art educators meet in a room? What did they talk about? How did they overcome the hurdle? And we will know when we're successful when chess becomes so compulsory that parents will be upset if their child doesn't receive it. And I hope that day certainly comes in my lifetime. There are also people in this room that are tackling the very worthy subject of the academic nature of chess. What does chess do for children? But I'm going to talk more today about the practical part of chess education, which is that there's probably 100 times more piano teachers and art teachers and even tennis teachers in the world than chess educators. It's very hard to take a chess player and turn that chess player into an educator, but luckily we have a giant pool of resources known as regular classroom educators. And while they think that chess is beneficial, they also get intimidated by the very fact that they think that chess is only played by intelligent people. So in Chess Kid, we hope to have a technological solution to the problem of a labor problem. We hope that by having a platform that's essentially plug and play, it will give regular classroom educators the ability and the confidence and the knowledge to teach the game of chess. I would actually like to see Grandmaster Anton Korobov teach a room of 5-year-olds, but that's probably not a reasonable thing to go for. All right, so we've taught chess, or we have at least almost 11 million kids on Chess Kid using our platform. We're all based on safety, we're based on fun, and I'm actually not going to show a whole lot of our slides today. What I really want to focus on is our classroom lesson planner. So I'm going to fast forward here to this slide. We have a 30-week curriculum that not only teaches the game of chess, but it explains what other ancillary educational concepts are taught by the game. Things like 21st century thinking skills, mathematical skills, even history are taught in each lesson. So the teacher can simply play the video, take the lesson as a class, and then built into our lesson planner is an explanation of what to do when you get the chess pieces out. Because, you know, at ChessKid and chess.com, obviously we're a technology company. However, we still believe chess is played over the board, absolutely. We are just a means to an end. Technology is just a little bit of a faster and more efficient way of being able to teach the game. So it's a 30-week lesson plan that teachers are using all over the world, and it's broken down into very simple concepts. Also, very importantly, teachers and federations and school districts get data at the end of the year. And I think this is really important because these projects around the world that are completely fantastic in Armenia and Menorca and Kazakhstan, we want to be able to say with absolute certainty at the end of the year how many kids can play a legal game. And without data, what we're really doing is we're offering anecdotes. We're saying, well, 20 kids came through this class with this teacher. But at the end of the year on Chess Kid, you'll be able to get a lot of data that shows exactly how many kids progressed to a certain level. And on Chess Kid, you have to actually master concepts. It's like Duolingo. We don't let you move on until you've proven that you can speak the language a little bit. So at the end of the year, a child that has reached a certain level, you can say with absolute 100% certainty that that child can play a legal game. And that's really impressive, like I said, to school districts and federations because they want that data at the end of the year. Also, nonprofits value this a lot because they need sponsors, and the sponsors want to be able to say, hey, our sponsorship was able to teach the game to, X number of kids. So I'm going to move on. And I'm going to go to this slide. Okay. We also want to make sure that chess is always perceived as a very fun game. So whereas we know the regular game of chess, as I talked about, was zero-sum, and we have all seen kids lose a game for the first time and their natural reaction for that, we've developed a lot of fun competitions within Chess Kid where there can be more than one winner. So for example, what we're looking at right up here would be, actually this is not a puzzle competition, but you can have puzzle competitions where you can say for every kid that does 100 puzzles this week, you get an invitation to a pizza party or whatever you want to do. And in that way, the educator can actually have lots of kids be perceived as winners at the end of the week. So by compiling all this data, educators will be able to inspire kids and not make it all about who's winning and who's losing. All right. And this is an example of some of the data at the end of the year. In fact, a lot of schools that have single sign-on programs, we can actually create 100,000 chess kids at once for an entire district. So part of the problem of introducing any technology in any school is how do you get all of your kids to be able to use that platform? And we have some tools that will be able to create accounts en masse. And that way, we actually have a school district in the US with 200,000 kids. And at the push of a button, we're able to create accounts for all 200,000 kids. We're able to give the district top-down level control. And we're also able to give individual teachers control of only their group of kids. So the point is, Chess Kid can scale to any amount of schools or districts that you guys have. So lastly, I'll just say that we're in about 15 different languages. So we're trying to add languages every year. Obviously, there's a lot more languages in the world than we can get to. But you come from all over the world. We are pretty comprehensively translated and dubbed. Some children even use Chess Kid as a way of learning English. So they'll watch the videos in Spanish, French, German, Lithuanian, Greek, Ukrainian, but they'll have the English subtitles on, or they'll do it in reverse. So we were not meant to be a Duolingo type company where we're teaching language, but that is another benefit of chess. So we're all in this together, and I hope we can look back on these conferences in 50 years and say that this is how we became art and music educators. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working with you.
Thanks a lot, Mike. My next introduction is going to be from here. I don't need to go there because it's going to be extremely short. Just be ready for a surprise. That's all I'm going to say. Bye.
Good morning. Are you feeling well? It's a little bit tired, perhaps. So I have a good news. I am at Bánfi-Csizmadia, so I'm an organizational developer, an HR expert, business and life coach. A side activity, I'm mentoring and coaching sports player, especially chesses. So I met with Judit, I don't remember, it's 10 years ago around? Oh, it's okay, thank you. So we became friends, and she always told me I'm an energizer girl or woman. So this is the reason why I'm here. So I would like to give the energy to you. So this is a gamification time. Let's play with me, okay? Are you ready? Yes, for sure. First of all, please stand up, everybody. Good. Oh, it was cold, no? Yes. The task is, please give a shake hand for find 5 people around for your environmental. Just moment, just, not started, not, please. Please, I'm here. Okay, introduce yourself. Introduce yourself, your name, and where are you from? Attention. You have only 1 minute, so have to be quickly. That's it. So, who got all 5%? Who got 4? Okay, please practice this in the next break, okay? So the second task is choose a partner for you. Everybody has a partner? Okay, good. So share each other what is important things of these educational chess conferences. Let's understand, everybody? Okay, let's start. So my heart is broken. You are always continuously that point, but it's very important things what you share each other. So the third task is, it's so difficult. What was the best moments of these conferences so far? Okay, let's start. This is my son's favorite Christmas bell, so that's, I see your faces so smiling, so happy, so keep it. And I will back later a little bit, so the next session. Enjoy that. Bye-bye. Sit down, please.
Thanks a lot, Edith, for this very creative activity. Now, let's go back to the lecturers. As Mike Klein said very well, teaching the teachers is, of course, one of the most important elements, and we are going to go deeper on that right now. Brigitta Peszleg is Hungarian Secretary of the European Chess Union Education Commission. Her talk is going to be on chess in primary education, academic training course for teachers and chess tutors, introduction and overview of 320-hour self-paced distance learning online program. And this is a stimulating quote from her. Chess in education for me is a tool to make children believe in their abilities. With careful planning and individual attention, they can all achieve success on their own level. Brigitta Peszleg.
Hello, everyone.
This was a refreshing, energizing exercise, so I am happy it was coming before my presentation and you are all refreshed. So I'm here today to introduce a new academic training course, Chess in Primary Education. The Commission launched in June this summer. And this is a collaboration between the European Chess Union and the University of the Asian Lifelong Learning Center. Relating to the theme of this year's conference, inspiration, I'm sure we all came together to share our work, ideas, and experiences to inspire each other. And I believe that inspiration has the potential to bring together communities just like ours around chess in education. The purpose of this academic training course is to meet the growing demand for well-trained educators in the field of chess in education. As chess is increasingly recognized as a valuable tool in education, we need well-trained teachers. And this course gives a recognized academic qualification. It's a 320 hours distance learning program. And this way, as a distance learning program, making it available for people all over the world. It counts towards a continuing professional development and is accredited by the European credit transfer system. So when educators are going into different education institutions, they can transfer these credit points they gain from here. So the more experience I gained through the years teaching chess for educational purposes, I came to realize that chess in education requires a kind of mindset from chess educators. And chess offers so much to develop children's social, emotional, and cognitive skills. We all hear that, but how can we make sure that we really do develop those skills in our teaching practice? We need to see chess as a framework for teaching mindset itself. When Judit asked me what chess in education means for me, as Leontxo was quoting me, so chess in education for me is a tool to make children believe in their abilities. And also, if we give careful attention, individual attention, they can all succeed in their own level. Our main teaching objective with the course is to provide a comprehensive overview of the different aspects of chess in education. We combined theory and practice to equip educators with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes needed to deliver effective lessons. The course is divided into 6 units, and each of them contributing towards a better understanding of the possibilities what chess can offer in the classroom. I'm trying to quickly go through of each unit and just say a couple of words about them. So in Unit 1, we introduced the rules and basics of chess through puzzles, quizzes, and gameplay. For those who already know how to play chess, the lessons were designed to give useful ideas to be used in the classroom. These lessons also offer practical guidelines with clear structure to be used as lesson plans. And for those sessions, participants can modify these lessons according to the age of the children, abilities, and interest of the children. In Unit 2, introduces the rich history and culture of chess. And we want to emphasize storytelling as a powerful teaching method to be used in the classroom. We say that stories bring chess to life. The history of chess provides countless stories and anecdotes that can be introduced in the classroom and help children to better engage, relate, and remember the lesson. They enhance curiosity, imagination, they motivate and inspire, and they increase memory retention since human brain are wired to remember stories better than isolated facts. In Unit 3, It is a smart method to teach chess, and this is a training course the Commission is providing since 2017. It aims to introduce educators to the basic didactics of how to deliver effective chess lessons for educational purposes and to gain practical experience in applying the SMART framework in their teaching practice. Unit 4 offers a wide range of 50 selected research articles. What does research say about chess in education? It is really an effective tool, or is it just a wishful thinking, as one of the research papers says? And the other research paper suggests that it's all about teacher training. Teacher training is the key. Students will find a lot of valuable information in these research papers connected to primary education. Unit 5, we introduced the CGS project with different modules and provide instructional materials for the classroom for different ages that participants can use in their teaching practice. Exploring different ideas, what works best for them, and the CGS project was also funded by Erasmus+, where the European Chess Union was in partnership with organizations from Italy, Spain, and Sweden. The final unit, Unit 6, is the accumulation of all the previous units the participants learned from, and we are asking them to focus on special projects which related to chess in education and develop and create a material and intellectual capital to be used across diverse audiences and settings, ensuring practical application and promoting chess in education. So this is the overview of these units, which provides quite a big overview of the different aspects of chess in education. Putting together the context of the units and the course, we used Bloom taxonomy as a framework to identify our teaching objectives. I don't know how many of you try to create training courses, but this taxonomy is widely used in educational settings, and teachers can use this also preparing for their lessons, creating their lesson plans. I'm a very big fan of structuring everything. So I really find helpful all these frameworks. And if you can see, just for quickly to go through, so Unit 1 was introducing how to play chess, the basic concepts and rules for them to remember. Unit 2 is we provided an understanding of chess history and culture. In Unit 3, students started to apply different teaching methods learned through the SMART method training course. In Unit 4, they analyzed different research papers. In Unit 5, they evaluated different programs and find their best for themselves. And in Unit 6, they created their own projects related to chess in education. So these are the steps we wanted them to go through, and we tried to guide them through. And these are very good steps to facilitate those learning outcomes. When we design a program or deliver a lesson in the classroom, we have to know our goal, where we want to reach, and what we want from our students to understand or do at the end of the program or at the end of the lesson. Another structure, what I like, is within the units, we created also or delivered in a structured way using another SMART method, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So within each unit, it was a clear description for participants to understand what they have to go through, how they're going to learn, so, and why
we find this important. All the assignments in each unit was designed for them to prepare for something that they can use later in their teaching practice. And the last structure, so me as a lifelong learner myself, I had a chance through this process to learn more about instructional design. Instructional design is the process when I get the content and I had to translate it into an enjoyable learning experience for students. You can use this. I was thinking that it's also a very good method to use it in the classroom, although it's mainly used in online education. You analyze your target group first. Then you design the content. You come up with all the interactive elements like quizzes, interactive videos, discussions, and you put those content on the platform on the develop stage. Here I had some help with an IT, someone who knew more about IT and the Moodle platform. And in the implement phase, it was a constant discussion and feedback with the participants. So we were there 24 hours, 24/7 sometimes, and whatever question they had, whatever problem we faced, we were there to help and refine. At the evaluative phase, it's still an ongoing process, so we are in the middle of it, because we haven't finished this course yet. It's ending this month, end of September, the first one, and the longer one is for summer months ending in January. So we are trying to get as many feedback as possible from the participants to get the course better and refined and change the content and delivery. This is one of the feedback. Obviously, I was putting up a positive feedback. We got a couple of, not negative, I wouldn't say it's a negative feedback, but something we still have to work on. And this is very understandable, as this is the very first time we do something like this, creating an online distance learning program. And the team, I'm very proud to introduce the team to you. So Jesper Hall, John Foley, and Filip Vukojevic as the academic coordinators for this course. Alexis Harakis and myself as instructional designers and IT support. And we had another member from the commission, Alessandro Dominici, as a guest lecturer introducing the CGS project. So our future plan, since we are very satisfied and proud of this training course, we are seeking collaboration and partnerships. So whoever is interested to have this program in other countries, in other languages, we are open to any kind of partnership about this. Thank you in the name of the European Chess Union and the University of the Aegean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So far, we had very interesting talks. I was enjoying myself very much. Now we have a little Zwischenzug into the continuation. Because my foundation, we do a lot for education, but we also like to celebrate and emphasize the people who do a lot for education. And we have a special prize, which I would like to give here for 2 persons. This is the 4th year that we are giving out this prize, and I would like to call Fernando Moreno on stage to give the prize for his life work for decades, what he did for chess. And we are going to see a fantastic presentation by him, how he makes kids transform their attitude, their way of thinking, and their life. Please come on stage. Congratulations. Yeah. Let's stand here for the picture also. Yeah, please. This is for you. And this. Thank you. Congratulations. And the other person I would like to give to is a person who started out in Serbia, then Germany, in Singapore now, who knows where, probably in the moon one day, to spread chess for all age groups. And we are just very close to her lecture. And I think it's fascinating, the work she does, and we are very proud to emphasize and acknowledge the road and the life she makes with chess. So I would like to call Dijana Dengler on stage so I can give the prize. Thank you. Yeah, the Goodwill Ambassador for Education. Thank you very much. Picture on that. Thank you. So I stay on stage just for a minute because I'm the one who is going to be introducing your next guest, the speaker. He's a friend of mine for a long time. I met him when I was still a child, probably at one of the first milestones in my life at the 1988 Chess Olympiad. And he's a friend, he's a believer, he's definitely a change maker, he's very passionate, he's a traveler, I can say, I think just as much as some of his other passion, but he's definitely a very inspiring personality. Apart from doing a lot for chess in education, on his free time, he's doing El País for 35 years already. Please welcome on stage, Leontxo.
Thanks a lot, Judith. Okay, talking about chess in the classroom, given by school teachers, not by chess players, the method which is working better, as far as I know, is the transversal and interdisciplinary method. Transversal means, for instance, chess combined with emotional intelligence, which is transversal to all subjects. This is another subject of conversation, very interesting one indeed. But now I'm going to talk about the interdisciplinary method, giving a very concrete example, how to explain the history of artificial intelligence through chess. Now, the first thing to do, in my opinion, is to create a very nice atmosphere in the classroom. For that, I suggest two stories. The first one is the very famous legend of wheat grains. I'm not going to tell you the whole story because I don't have time for that, but if you look at it in the internet, you will find very easily the whole story. What is very important to emphasize is that this story helps us to introduce huge magnitudes, because at the end of that story, of that legend, if you put 1 grain of wheat in the first square of the chessboard, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 8 in the fourth, and you double the number, at the end of it, you have this number of grains. I am unable to read this in English because in Spanish, 1 billion is 1 million of millions. But in English, 1 billion is 1,000 million. So I don't know how to read this in English. Anyway, if you put all those grains in enormous ships, you will need 8 million ships to store those grains. If you put all those ships in a queue in the sea, you will need 7 times around the Earth. The queue of the ships will be 17 times around the Earth. please remember these big numbers. This is the concept, okay? Now, the second story I will use to create a nice atmosphere in the classroom will be the Turk from Kempelen that takes us to the 18th century in the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and a very famous inventor, Kempelen, invented a machine which was playing chess. I'm not going to tell you the details, but I fully recommend you to look for it and to read it, because it's very nice and very interesting. At the end, he was cheating, but he was cheating in a very creative way. A chess player was inside the machine. Okay, so I want to underline with this that creating a machine which was able to play chess was a kind of obsession for inventors for many years, even for centuries. Now, we are going to the core of the story. 1947, Alan Turing and Claude Shannon are the main fathers of artificial intelligence. Both of them thought that chess could be a very good field of experimenting artificial intelligence. In the case of Alan Turing, he had a personal reason for that, because now we come back a little bit. 1939, Chess Olympiad in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Suddenly, the English team has to withdraw because the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, has ordered the three strongest English players, Golombek, Alexander, and Milner Barry, to come back urgently to London to meet Alan Turing and to work on something extremely secret. That was the Enigma operation. The goal was breaking the Nazis' communication code. They were very successful, and that saved a lot of, several millions of lives, most likely. What I want to underline here is that Alan Turing was working intensively with three chess grandmasters for a long time. So that inspired him probably a lot. But besides on that, we have to come back to the immense magnitudes and numbers. Both Turing and Shannon thought, okay, if there are more possible chess games than atoms in the known universe, that is a very good starting point. And look at the numbers, look at the numbers. The number of atoms in the known universe is 1 followed by 80 zeros. But the number of possible chess games is much bigger. And if we go to Go, a very popular board game in Asia, then the number of possible games is even bigger than in chess. You will understand very soon why Go is also important in this story. So they thought, we have to make the best chess player a machine. But how much time do we need to get that? I guess, their estimation was much shorter than actually what happened, because it took 50 years until this happened. I was there. These news were first page in practically all newspapers all over the world. The IBM shares, IBM was the owner of Deep Blue, the IBM shares were skyrocketed at the New York Stock Exchange that day. But even more important than that, when IBM dismantled Deep Blue, he took advantage of what they had learned from chess by beating Kasparov. In several fields where the common factor is molecular calculation, like production of complex medicines. I mean, when we go now to the pharmacy to buy a complex medicine, probably we are taking advantage of what IBM learned by beating Kasparov, or stock exchange calculation, weather forecast, agriculture planning, etc. Now, at that moment, this man, Demis Hassabis, was a child prodigy, well, have been a child prodigy in chess, but at that moment he was like graduating, finishing his university studies in the United Kingdom, and fortunately for the humankind, he didn't choose chess, he chose science. And he was kind of obsessed with improving what IBM did with Deep Blue. Deep Blue had inside about, I don't know how many million games in a database. For instance, now in 2024, in my laptop, I have about 11 million chess games. So Deep Blue was programmed from that base. But Demis Hassabis had a very different idea. He created DeepMind, Google bought DeepMind, and then what he did was the following. He learned, AlphaZero, his new program, learned chess in less than a day without databases at all, playing millions of games against itself. And of course, learning along that process. The result of that was a match between AlphaZero and the strongest chess program so far at that moment, Stockfish, and the result was 27-0. That was December 17. And then the question at that moment was, okay, for chess from technical point of view, this is going to be very important. Actually, next month, January, Magnus Carlsen changed his style in the Vaikansei tournament in the Netherlands, inspired by AlphaZero. But the big question was, will there be a transfer to more important fields of science, as it happened before with Deep Blue? And the answer is a very big yes. This is one of the most important breakthroughs in the history of biology. The biggest experts in the world in biology thought before that, just before that, that was going to be impossible in the next century. But they did it, I think, at the end of 2020. Why predicting the protein's structure is so important? Well, protein is an essential element for life. And why is that so important? Well, because, for instance, the last progress against live cancer is due to what they achieved by understanding the structure of proteins. Or the same happens with antidepressant medicines. Now, we know for sure that right now there are thousands of researchers all over the world who are working in many different fields of science to take advantage of this very extremely, I will say, important discovery about proteins. So most likely, in the next months or just very few years, we are going to see fantastic things in many fields, especially in medicine. And chess and Go have made a big contribution, because I didn't tell you something important. Proteins are composed by amino acids. And the number of possible combinations of amino acids inside a protein is a very big number, like those numbers. So chess and Go are contributing very much to the progress of science. Thank you very much. Now I have to change my personality again. I'm becoming again the presenter. So there are 3 reasons for predicting that the next speech will be very interesting. The speaker has been a top-level chess player, international master. He has a great experience teaching chess in a school classroom, and above all, chess was very useful to him in his hardest period of his life. Mauricio Arias from Costa Rica.
Hello, thank you, Leontxo, for your kind words. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here with you. First, I have to say, thanks to Judit, I was not, of all the things I could talk with you today, I was not expecting to talk about this particular conversation that I will have with you, but Judit combines me to do it, and that is Judit in a way just for you, inspires you and pushes you to move forward. And I hope these experiences that I will share with you will push you even more into believing what chess can do for kids. So first, yeah, that's me. First, a little bit of how this happened, how I got engaged into chess and education. Well, the first thing is that I learned very late in life compared to most people to play chess. I learned when I was around 16 years old, and for several reasons I got very obsessed with it. As Maurice said before, is what happened with you when you like chess, you get obsessed. And for around 5 years, I got super obsessed. I started playing tournaments. I started learning. And at first, I was terrible at it. But what happens when you keep pushing and pushing is that you get very good at it. And it got to the point where it helped me to get a scholarship to go into the university. And then it helped me to make connections that helped me to get into the world of insurance. And I started working in the insurance world. But also, I started teaching chess. And it happened that at the time, I did not have all these ideas about how chess can help kids and people to get better and improve. I just did it, and I happened to be, fortunately, very good at that. And you know, life goes on, and experiences come, and eventually, I got into this school, the GSD International School, one that Leontxo actually knows, because they are really into transversal education. And they use chess in these schools in Spain to help to teach several subjects. But they went to my country. They went to Costa Rica. And what happened is when you start in a school and you try to use chess as a transversal tool, well, you have kids that go from first grade to sixth grade, and they didn't know how to play chess. So the natural step for them is, hey, let's find this teacher that will help all the kids to know the rules of chess so we can teach transversal chess. And I have the feeling that at the time they thought about this as a temporal solution, but it happened that it was so successful at the school that now it has almost 8 years going on. And kids love it. And my experience with this changed my perception of it, because one thing is when you, as it was my case, start teaching chess and have after club classes, and you see the kids once a week, and then you see them this year, and probably you're not going to see them again next year. And another one is to being in a school where you start with kids that sometimes go from first grade to sixth grade. And I could see the changes in those kids. Some of them were actually not that great at paying attention and being focused. And sometimes as a chess coach, you may have this idea of, well, maybe chess is going to help them. But when other teachers start telling you, hey, this kid that actually got very much into chess is getting better at paying attention, being focused, following instructions, you can see the difference. And you have this kid, and he's first grade, second grade, third grade, and sometimes they get more engaged, and you can tell chess makes a difference for them. And the parents tell you the kids are clearly enjoying it, up to the point that chess is, in this school, I think, for most of them, if not their favorite class, one of their favorite classes. And I don't know, it makes me feel proud. It makes me, doing this with them, made me feel really happy. And you can tell all of them, it's like the little one looking at the camera, were really into what we were talking about. And I really changed my perception of all these things. Because first it was like, you know, the thing that I do and I am good at, and then something that I feel, hey, actually changing their lives. But you start with time, you start to realize that it's not only to the kids that I was helping with chess, because, and this is the part that I was not expecting to talk about, chess helped me quite a lot, and it's not an understatement to say that. I came from a house that was really broken. Still a little bit hard to talk about that. But okay, here it goes. It was an abusing environment, physically and mentally. And if I got really involved in chess, now I understand that probably that was part of the reason, to escape from that. Chess gave you this world where you could just go and focus and learn something and feel engaged. So I don't have to deal with all those other feelings and emotions. It was my escape, I guess. And yeah, it was not only abusive, it was poor. And then chess helped me and opened doors for me to start going to school and to study. And I start meeting people. And I guess you can understand, when you come from this kind of environment and you are, in my case, in high school, it's not very unusual to suffer bullying because, well, you are used to this kind of thing. And now I am like 200 pounds. Back in the day, I was like 120. So yeah, that didn't even help at all. But chess helped me. It helped me. And with chess, there is this thing where you, without realizing, get used to be better. Why? Because you lose a game, and you try to understand why I lose this game. And then you realize, and you try to improve. And chess pushes you forward. And you keep learning and keep pushing. And it becomes part of your mentality. You get used to lose. And believe me, I was very, very used to losing many situations. But now you get you get used to lose, but you learn to push so that doesn't keep happening. How do I improve? How do I get better? How do I keep pushing forward? How do I improve my conditions so this defeat doesn't happen again? Eventually, in my case, in my family, my parents got a job in our town. And they asked me, by the time I was working in insurance, to take care of my siblings for a few weeks. Given that we were 6 at the time, I was happy that I was going to do it for only a few weeks. It was a lot of responsibility. But what happened is that in the middle of this situation, they got into a big situation, big problem, and they separated. And all of a sudden, I got the news that, you know what, we're not coming back. You have to take care of your siblings. And that went for many years. Why am I telling you all this? Because if you imagine the kind of situation that we had, like for my father, I'm pretty sure that I know, he had the same kind of abuse that we were having, and for him it was a natural thing. So I'm telling you, without chess in my life, that would have kept happening. Chess gave me the tools, the mental toughness, the tools to make decisions, to help my family to get out of that, to help myself to get out of that. And even if I tell you these things and they somehow still hurt, it's not like I look at that and I think, oh my God, I cannot believe this happened to me. It just happened. Just tell me how to deal with this, how to keep pushing, how to move forward, how to be strong, how to make the decisions to help my family to move forward, and help my siblings to learn the same things, to have the same lessons, even if they did not play chess. That is why I really believe in this. With time, I get to know people like Luis Cruz, president of Costa Rica Chess Federation, Jose Carrillo, the president of FIDE America, Jerry Nash, Rita Atkins, probably you are familiar with those names. Pep Suarez, that tall hero, and many people here that know me, and I know that if I keep mentioning names, well, I only have 10 minutes. I will not be able to mention all of you. But the great thing is that all these people, and of course Judit and Leontxo, trust me. They trust me, they know that I will deliver, and that kid that had all those experiences when it was little will not have the tools to be in front of you, to tell you all this, to keep pushing, to try to promote that in America, where we have 100 million kids, more or less, can learn chess, so they have these kind of tools. You don't need to be in a situation as the one I had, and some people have it way worse, but chess can really help you to give these kids the tools to be better, to push forward, to keep moving. And I hope this will inspire you to keep pushing together so chess can get into more kids' lives and we can make this world better. I am very, very happy with what we are doing. I am super happy with initiatives like Judith's one. So hopefully we can keep working together to give people, kids, in ways that sometimes we cannot imagine, the tools to keep pushing, keep moving, being strong, and being smart. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mauricio, especially for your insight part of the story. Now, the next speaker is one of the two who have been awarded by Judith just a few minutes ago. I think you will agree with me if I say that if a school teacher has a passion for education and for chess, he or she is probably a first-class teacher. Dijana Dengler meets that definition and radiates a lot of passion, as you are going to see in a minute. She was born in Bosnia, played 12 chess Olympiads, lived for many years in Germany, where he was co-founder of the Munich Chess Academy and the Munich Chess Foundation, and she is now head of chess at the Overseas Family School in Singapore. Don't miss her lecture because she never disappoints, and be prepared. Your active participation will be again required. Dijana Dengler.
Thank you very much, Leontxo. Dear chess family, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you today. Big thank you to Judit Polgar for inviting me here to share some ideas about our teaching in Singapore at Overseas Family School. To start, I would like to share a short video about our school and our chess program.
Here at OFS, we're big supporters of chess. We recognise that the game presents a unique learning experience for our children, teaching them a range of skills such as higher level strategic thinking. So much do we value the skills gained from playing chess. We've actually integrated it into mandatory chess classes as part of our intellectual development programme for all our students from kindergarten up to grade 5.
At Overseas Family School in Singapore, all kindergarten, grade 2 to grade 5 students have one chess lesson per week. Participation in a chess lesson is an essential element of the curriculum and is part of the overall intellectual development program at OFS.
Since children enjoy learning through play, chess is a powerful educational tool for developing intellectual and 21st century skills. Playing helps children become creative and explore new paths. It improves their concentration and memory and helps them develop problem-solving skills and strategic thinking.
Having fun while learning is very important. In chess lessons, we let the children absorb the concept of chess at their own pace and naturally develop a love for the game.
We start every chess lesson with a short meditation. This practice helps children clear their minds and to focus, creating a calm and attentive atmosphere where they can relax and learn in a safe environment.
Next, it's time for some brain gymnastics. The students learn various chess tactics, engage in chess mathematics, solve chess maze problems, and exercise forward-backward thinking with chess.
After hard brain work, it's time to stretch with chess yoga. We do poses for each piece, from the king to the small pawn. The pawn is a good metaphor for the children. In the beginning, the pawn is not so strong, but with every move, he becomes stronger and can eventually promote into a queen.
To keep motivation high, we conclude with "We are the champions" before we go to play and let our chess pieces join the chess party.
During playtime, students can use different chessboards in the chess room, allowing them to practice and enjoy the game in various ways. When students face challenging situations in a game, they learn to think creatively to solve problems. But the chess lesson wouldn't be complete without our special happy dancing chess training.
We have our own chess song, The Queens and the Kings, and after hard work, it's time to sing, dance, and leave the chess room happy with big smiles.
With chess,
we can help prepare the next generation with the skills they need to succeed in a changing world.
We've also had the honour to collaborate and support the Singapore Chess Federation by hosting various events such as the school's national chess competition, where all students in Singapore get to compete against one another. We've also had the privilege to welcome world champions to our campus, such as Viswanathan Vishy-Anand and Ju Wenjun, which truly inspired our students and further ignited their passion for the game. It is our belief that chess teaches our little learners focus, the ability to visualize, change perspectives, as well as develop personal qualities such as patience and thoughtfulness. Students are ultimately trained to be critical thinkers and to consider their actions before taking them, all of which will benefit them in the future and their day-to-day lives. And that is ultimately our end game.
Thank you very much. And and as you could see, we will now go or dive deeper into how we structure our lesson. And you've been sitting for a while here, and you are tired. It's like our students in a school. And that's why we start every lesson with a short meditation. And I would love to invite you to do this short meditation with me. You don't need to do anything except to relax. And for the beginning, just find your comfortable seat. Gently close your eyes. Relax your shoulders, your back, your legs, your tiptoes, your head, your eyes, your lips. Just take a deep breath through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Inhale sitting still for a moment. It's good to move our shoulders. Give yourself a big, big, big hug and bend down to stretch your back. Our body needs some stretching after. Take your both hands behind your back to open your chest and breathe. Take your left hand on your right knee, take your right hand behind you and just turn back if you have space and change the side. And of course, our power stretch, our champion stretch. Don't miss it. You are my champions. Thank you so much. After a short meditation, our students are ready to learn. This is a time where we have our lesson. And lesson takes around 20 minutes. It's tailored to different levels, grades. We try to keep it like sweet, like short and sweet. And after thinking, learning something new, before we send them to play, to sit again, it's time for a good stretch. This is where our chess yoga comes in. I developed it with my friend and colleague, Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann from Munich Chess Academy and Chess Foundation, and we named each pose after piece, and that's why we can remember better. And I would love to invite you to do the chess yoga with me. Don't worry, it's not difficult. You don't need to have any knowledge about yoga. The only thing you need to do is to stand up. And only the people that have any problem with the back, just be careful. Okay, the first stretch goes with our king. King is very strong, very tall, and we go on our tiptoes and we just stretch, 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 stretch. And our king can also relax. Very good. And the rook always moves straight. Probably you don't have enough space behind. You can also do this stretching. I'll just show you. Or if you have more space, you can do with your hands in front of you. Oh, I need my help because I'm on high heels. And your leg behind you. It's very good for concentration. The kids, they love it. And the bishop. Let's come to our bishop together. Put your both hands together. Inhale through your nose. And go up, exhale, and go diagonally to one side, stretch one side of your body, and stretch another side. Very good. Now the knight. Please, those with the back problems, don't do it. Put your both hands on your back, put your chin to your chest, inhale, and go slightly backwards. It's just you don't need to go too much, and you can relax your back finally and enjoy. And our small pawn. We go in a squat if you have a space, and we tell the kids the story that pawn is a bit scared because he thinks he's not as strong as other pieces. But with every move he makes, he becomes stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And what will happen when he comes to the last rank? He will become a beautiful queen. And we move from side to side. And of course, you are And we are the champions. Well done. And now it's time for kids to go to play. And we also keep it like 20 minutes. And in our chess room is like a chess dreamland. They can choose between the big giant chessboard, magic chessboard, Harry Potter chessboard, and so on. And of course, it's always very important, this fair play. And doesn't matter how do you play or how did you play your game, we stay friends. And you know, as a chess players, we know how difficult it is to lose the game. That's why before we finished our lesson, we dance. You won't believe, but this is a winning combination, chess and dance. This is where the kids forget everything and they leave our class with a smile on the faces. And now it's time for you to dance. And let's dance all together. And stand up. This is ours. Let's dance.
Yeah, it goes black
come
and
on,
white.
let's come here on the stage. Come on, come on. Come on. Don't be shy. Our kids are not shy.
Here we do not get bored. We just love
you can also sing.
And it goes queen, queen, rooks, knights. Yeah, we have a good time. Bishops and pawns. If you lose, move on. But here we are, a team, and everybody wins. It's all about having fun, so clap your hands and sing from A to H. Yeah, 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 yeah. From 1 to 8. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's about fairness and respect. Hey, you can put them checkmate. Sing it one more time and then you can start to play. And it goes queen, queen, rooks, knights. Yeah, we have a good time. Bishops and pawns. If you lose, move on. But here we are, a team, and everybody wins. It's all about having fun, so clap your hands and sing from A to H. Yeah, 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 yeah. From 1 to 8. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Well done, everyone. Thank you so much. And I hope you to see you in Singapore. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dijana, for this very amazing lecture. And you know, making chess people dancing is not easy at all. So congratulations also for that. Now, we have a 55-minute break. And I'm saying 55, I'm not saying an hour, because I have a good reason for that. The next speaker will be no other than Judit Polgar, which means that for our audience here at the Intercontinental Hotel in Budapest, we will start again at 1:45, and for our audience online, that will be in 55 minutes from now. Thanks a lot for being here or there online, and see you in 55 minutes. Thank you. Well, once again, warm greetings to our audience from all over the world. Welcome again to our spectators here at the Intercontinental Hotel in Budapest. You know, introducing Judit Polgar is very easy. As she said, we are friends, but now I am talking strictly from my professional point of view after being a chess journalist for 41 years. In my opinion, she is one of the most important people in the history of chess. The only woman in the top 10, and when she retired from top competition in 2014, she decided to dedicate herself to chess as an educational tool through her foundation. And here we are, once again, at the 10th Judit Polgar Global Chess Festival and the 4th Educational Chess Summit. She is the great queen of chess, Judit Polgar.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody. And first, I'd like to show you a short video about our work.
When I was 5 years old, I imagined a wonderful world, the chess palace. Are you ready for a unique adventure-filled journey? Welcome to the chess palace, where play and imagination has no limits, where your child's ability can soar. But the chess palace is not just about fun. It is also the key to a successful future. Let's teach children together to think logically, to create strategies, and to plan. Let's enhance their attention, social skills, and emotional expression. Chess fosters the essential skills needed for success, while allowing children to explore a magical world. Join the world of Chess Palace. Let's pave the way, step by step, for a successful future for our children.
This is what we do now, but I want to go back in time a bit. Why chess is so magical for me personally. What you see on the picture, when I was about 5 years old, just starting to play chess, and funny enough, I had a chess computer next to me. But what chess gave me, I sometimes wonder what I would be if I wouldn't have been a chess player, and I can't imagine, to tell you the truth. Chess was definitely a passport to the world for me, because especially the times when I was born, back in '76, so the picture is about from early 80s, it meant that we were behind the Iron Curtain. People were not able to travel, really. So it was definitely, clearly a passport. That was something that we could travel with my parents and my sisters, and this was the reason we were able to go outside to the world. But also, it also gave me freedom with chess, because once I was already able to travel, of course, through chess, I had to learn a lot of things: logical thinking, strategic thinking, tactics, combinations, and lots of things by playing daily many hours in the room with my sister, Sophia mainly, but also with Susan. But also decision-making was something what I've learned. So freedom is a funny thing, and it's interesting. People tend to like it, and they think it's very easy to handle. But I think chess also helped me to make good decisions and live and use my freedom in a nice way. Because sometimes just freedom can lead some very bad decisions as well. But I think through chess, chess gave me a lot of inputs how to do that. And then, of course, I have to talk about the Chess Connects Us feeling, where I didn't have this slogan yet for the Global Chess Festival, but already at a very early age I felt it. And the first real event, when in 1988 I was playing at the Thessaloniki Olympiad together with my sisters, and this picture is from those times. Definitely it was a feeling where chess connects everybody. At the time, we only had half of the number of participants from nations, maybe it was definitely under 100, but there I could feel how much chess is an international language to all of us. I was playing, of course, against 14 different nations. I didn't speak English, I didn't speak other language at all, but we could still understand each other. And I think this is also something very important value with chess, that you have a common language with anybody in the world. And especially in that time, it was even more important. Now you have the translators and so on. And this is what we live now, and this is why we are here, and many of you are here today, because the Chess Olympiad is taking place, where we are celebrating the Chess Connects Us feeling, where we can peek in a little bit and understand other cultures. This was something very important for me all my years, because I feel that the way I'm cooking, the way my apartment looks like, the way I raise my children, whatever I do implement all the experiences what I've learned through my travelings. And then this is one of my favorite pictures, because maybe many of you can recognize the players there. And actually, I'm the only girl, this was my path, participating most of the events against male competitors in the open section, and I was the only one playing there. You can find me on the picture. And who you see on the other members, they were all world champions, top 10 challengers, so pretty good names over there. And in this picture, it was 92, I was just 16 years old. But I had this invitation to participate. And later on, starting from this tournament where I beat Jan Timman, I was beating every single gentleman on the picture later on. But it meant that I had my perseverance, my fighting spirit, my dedication, and I had my passion for chess, of course, from a very young age. And this passion goes all the way when I do other things. When I do the Global Chess Festival, when we organize this summit, when whatever I'm involved in, I like to do it the way it's pleasant for people and we give something valuable. But of course, chess is not only a passion for me ever since I was very young, but also it lasts very long. And it also gave me living, which is also very important, that how chess is just a board game can give a living to some people. For me, it was obviously as I was very high on the chess ranking, but I think it's also important that in chess there are many other ways of keep your connection with chess and earn some money. But I was very lucky that my passion is also my work. And then finally, I just want to close it with going back where we started, that education and what we do. With the foundation, we are doing already for more than 10 years the Chess Palace program, which is running in Hungary in the part of the curriculum. And about 50,000 kids are involved yearly. We have teaching courses, which is about 4,000 teachers got the 30 hours, of course. This is how they spread all over Hungary the Chess Palace program. For us, it's very important to give the children something that they can be busy with, something that's it's creative, something which is playful, something which is endless possibilities to be engaged with. But of course, the most important for us, to give tools, ideas, and frameworks for teachers that they can implement their own ideas also. They can add their own ideas into our framework of the Chess Palace. We have the palaces and different setups, different life scenes. We have stories, we have our own characters, we have puzzles, and of course, we use everything to do this with chess, with the rules of chess, with the moves of chess, with everything with the 6 characters. We also give superpowers to our characters, and this is my new book series. It just came out, finished, and it's in Hungarian, but also it's going to be published very soon in Arabic and in China in Chinese. And the idea is it's a 6-part, and every character has its superpower, which is the rook, for example, is the communication expert. The queen is self-control and the director, managing everything. The knight is the creativity, bishop is the movement, and so on and so forth. The little pawn, for example, is for teamwork, which is very important. So we try to give a very large scale for children and teachers to use in the classroom what they can use in everyday life for later. And also it's very important for us not only to support teachers and schools with our graphics and ideas, what we show in the booklets, but also because many people were asking how can they use it at home, and the other books we have, we designed it specifically for the classroom. So this 6 is already for parents, grandparents, so for everybody who wants to spend time without mobile phones, without gadgets, and try to get communication with each other, different generations. And we do hope that we inspire the parents inspire the kids, and this way they can be better people, better thinkers, because we believe that it helps them to see everything in connection. And the Chess Palace, actually, I want to invite you to the Expo Center area in the Olympiad, because all this comes alive in big pieces and big towers. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Judith, for dedicating your life to chess and to educational chess in particular as well. Now, let's be optimistic. Let us assume that we have already convinced the education authorities and chess is in the classroom. But then we have to decide how. And how is the key word in the presentation by Lene Bierbaum, Chief Development Officer of the Danish Scholastic Chess Federation. Lene Bierbaum.
Thank you, Leontxo. I think I'm going to pick up where Judith left off with the superpower. I kind of think that knowing how to use chess as an educational tool is somehow a superpower. So I stand here having that superpower because I was fortunate enough to be educated in using chess as a tool. So I've used it in my own, with my own students when I was a teacher, which I was for 16 years. And I also taught children with special needs. Well, somehow all children have special needs, but these were classified children with special needs, particularly ASD and ADHD. When I talked in my presentation, she was curious about which experience I had had, which had sort of shown me is a very powerful tool in education. I'm going to share it with you, and then you know that story too. I had, while I was a teacher at a special needs school, there was a child that was going to start in my class. He had not been in school for a couple of years, so it was very hard for him to get back into having some sense of belonging. It was very hard to go to school. Speaking to me was absolutely off limits. It was very hard to communicate with him because he's very, very stressed out. One lesson a week I taught with the chessboard, and he had never any issues with that. He was always on board, always participating, never any trouble with playing with the others in the same class, even though he did not, at that point, speak to them. This was the one thing that was my access to getting to know him, being allowed to talk to him about me seeing the strength that he had not been able to show in the other educational systems he had been a part of. So I think in addition to the other things that has already been mentioned today about why we do it, there is also a very strong position with repositioning both the children, making them feel stronger, having the ability to show strength with this, but actually also giving the educators a new look on that child, being able to see strength that maybe was not easy to see before. So I think that's a very important point. I used this particularly with children with special needs, and knowing that it's very important when we educate teachers, we empower them. It's enormously important that they know they can also use this with whatever they know about their students already. So we have different focus, which also means that this particular activity comes from our massive learning program we own. It's called Gambit, just to be funny, I think. I didn't invent it, so I can easily say that. We have a full learning program that has focus on social training, personal training, all of these things that has already been mentioned today, but we also have a huge learning program that focuses specifically on training math skills. This one comes from the material that focuses on personal development. We have chosen that this one has a view on how do we train to stay focused when something changes, something comes at us that we didn't know. This particular game is also with a reduced number of pieces, as you can tell. While playing, the teacher is going to shoot at different parts of the board, and they're hitting different pieces, which means the pieces out of the game, and it'll definitely change how you play the game. Also having a focus on why is it important to train to stay focused, to plan differently when something comes at you, to have a new strategy planned as soon as something changes. This is just one example. It's called pistol chess. But there are a number of other activities that also train focus. Activities developed to train concentration, activities developed to train how you work together, how you change plans, all of them in our material. The other one, which I have no examples of today, but I want to tell you a little about anyway, is specifically developed to train math skills. It's developed so that it matches the curriculum for math that you have to go through when you're a teacher in math in Denmark. And therefore, it also enables the teacher to have validation of why are we doing this. There's a lot of research, also Danish research, that is applicable, but we also have easy access to tell them that we use this particular activity to underline this particular goal in the curriculum. Yeah, so that's, I think that is what our aim is. Definitely looking at empowering educators. We do educate teachers to use the material, also talking a lot about why are you going to do this? What's your aim? So that it doesn't just become an extracurricular thing that they do whenever there is 10 minutes left, but they do it as an active. How do we do it? Not if. We have all good reasons to do it, so we know exactly why, but we are focusing on how. So how do we empower the teachers to know exactly what to do, exactly how to use it, and all the pedagogical thoughts that are placed in all the activities are also easily accessible for the teachers. So we have moved beyond the the thought of chess being something hard, something very intellectual, something only very intelligent people can do, we have to talk to teachers about why is this a very strong asset in your with your students and your classroom. Yeah, and it works, so we're very happy about it. Yeah, I think that was it for now. Can you stay focused? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lene. Now, something very special. Chess in the shopping centers. Since 2012, Sebastian Siebrecht has been visiting many shopping centers across Germany. He likes to say that he infects young and old alike with his enthusiasm for chess. He is the founder and CEO of Fascination Chess, and I have a very nice quote from him. Children think the future will be great. I'm convinced of this. Let's encourage them in this. Head up and forward. Sebastian Siebrecht.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leontxo, Judit, for the invite, and Morgan Stanley to make everything happen here. Okay, yeah, abroad from a grandmaster and organizer, tournament director, my real heart feels to educate the kids and to make this in a public way. So just take 1 minute to feel my passion.
Also, das ist ein Schachbrett und das ist aufgebaut wie eine echte Ritterrunde.
And so I make it a lot of time. The peak was 25 weeks in a year, and above for other things, this was a little bit too much. So this is the whole program. You can see in the morning, the heart is the school classes, always 5 hours, and in the afternoon we make some different stories like simultan, beats the grandmaster, 1 minute against 5 minutes. This is the only training session now for me. And this is typical school class in the morning. Okay, this is not only the beginners, that sometimes we have also some fortresses that they have really a lesson that they can understand how to attack the king, and they are already not anymore beginners. But this is completely different. Mostly I show from the peak that they just move the pieces, and the idea is that after the 90 minutes, every kid can play a whole game. So we start with pawns against pawns, then pawn against queen, then the rook is coming, and I explain how it works with the castle. I have always a very friendly team. It's very important that they bring the chess by heart to the kids. And sometimes the groups are a little bit bigger, but mostly it is always around 30 that we have always in the morning, 100 kids, they learn chess. And this is done also that we have 500 kids in a week, and finally we have 120,000 kids learn chess now from us. And this is so lovely because we have all nationalities there. You can also see that chess is integration, including, and we have this for every age. Normally, the most are from the primary class, 6 years old, but we have also until the educated with 18 years old. And this is also very funny because sometimes we have little girls, they are thinking, oh, what is this chess? No, it's not the right thing for us. But then if they come in the afternoon, again, with the girlfriends, then, okay, we make everything fine. And normally, they don't want to stop it. This is the most important for me, that if the course is over, 90 minutes, they want to stay. But okay, we have already the next slot for the next school class, so it's not possible. But the program is like this, that they can always come in the afternoon with the parents, with the grandpa, and play again a new game or beat the grandmaster or with my whole team. And for me, the most important is that in this age, the kids play not against the other one. They always show the other one what they can do, and also kids are full of courage, curious, and full of ideas, and they're playing just there's no tomorrow, and they just love the game, and this is the most important. And it is not important for me that they became a grandmaster. For me, it's just important that they love chess, and they is a multiplicator, because with the shopping center, you can imagine that every day we have more than 75,000 clients and spectators there, so that this is also always a multiplicator. And this is a typical simul in the afternoon. And for sure, then we have also invited the clubs. In Germany, we have a very good club culture. And we have always, with the major, he is the patron of the event. And we work with the clubs together that afterwards, after chess weeks, we have also many kids are going in the chess clubs. This is a goal for sure. And okay, there are for sure different parts. This is again a simul. We have also always in my team, we have the youth champions. And some of my team also learned in the beginning, in my first lessons, 2012. And I have also some kids that are now playing with me in my first team. My team, normally we played first Bundesliga, now in the second league, but it's quite okay. And somebody is also now became German youth champion. So not everybody, but I think there's something like a pyramid. If you have a lot of kids, they are learning chess, then in one moment you have a very strong one also. And this is also typical. We have all the nations there. And this is also very important for me. Chess is one language. And in the shopping center, you have so many different cultures, so many completely different persons, and it's the best to meet them. Also in the schools, you have sometimes different, that you are in a private school or something like this, but in chess, in the shopping center, you have the whole average of the culture and of the world. And for sure, we make also tournaments. So at Saturday, for sure, no teacher will come with this school class. So we make extra kids cup at Saturday. And there you can also see the grandparents. I love this picture because they just see it. And then sometimes I heard that they get again the mission, my mission, that they teach the kids at home. And then somebody of the grandparents tell me also that, okay, we have a chessboard at home, and then is again the multiplicator. And yeah, this is the most important, that the kids are joyful and see what can do with the chess. And for sure you get always pictures like this, but the most important is that they make it always together, and they don't think about the strength and what is everything possible with chess, but this is just, they get it. And this is the most important thing for me, that they just play chess, and yeah, this is what can I do? Yeah, and okay, from the other things, we have also to speak about how to get the school class in the shopping center, but I make always the acquisition about with I work together with the school class district and with the major, and normally chess is really a gift for everybody, and so everybody is interested to make this happen, and so I think we are on the good way to improve this more. And yeah, for instance, I don't know if this is the most important thing that we have strong players. I don't think so. It's the most important that everybody loves chess and do it by heart. And this is also in my reason. I'm a grandmaster, but I love chess so much, and so I do it in all different ways for this. And so I think this is just my passion, my mission. And so I think that it's possible to reach all goals. And this is also for the kids, is always, I love it that we make also condition chess. I make some expert with the chess bosses on the other side, that you have some traffic with the chess clock. And it is so lovely if you see always that the kids, they are involved in this, and yeah, this is my goal, and okay, that is, okay. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön, Sebastian. Thank you very much. Now, let's move to one of my favorite subjects, because I'm convinced that this is a key factor if we want to be successful on implementing chess as an educational tool. Chess for children from 3 to 6 years old. Yes, many people, when they hear that sentence, say or think, what? Do you want 3-year-olds to play chess games? No, not at all. I'm not so crazy about chess. But I apologize to our producer, because I'm going to place myself in the very center of the stage to state categorically that chess at that age is very important to working on very essential pedagogical objectives at that age. Unfortunately, this is what Maria Anna Stefanidi, we are very lucky having her today here. She is the founder of Shachmat Masters Chess and Brain Fitness Academy in Cyprus, and she is going to tell us about. Maria Anna Stefanidi.
Okay, I'm a little bit nervous because usually my audience is much younger than you. Usually the age target is like maybe 8 and lower. But I'm very happy to have this invitation by Judit Polgar Chess Foundation and probably talk about my biggest passion, which is preschoolers and how preschoolers can learn chess. That's why I'm here to present to you Strategic Foundations, Chess in Preschool as a Catalyst for Academic and Personal Growth. And of course you will think, as Leontxo correctly said, chess to a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old. This is what all clubs say when a parent comes with a 3-year-old child. No, we cannot take you because we cannot have it in a group. But this is wrong, guys. Chess in school and chess in clubs for preschoolers, I think must be a must, because this is your basis. And we will analyze that later. Of course, we know all the advantages, and we must understand that this is our future must. Why? Because time has changed. And time has changed because we expand beyond the 3 R's. For those who don't know what are the 3 R's, we will explain it later. So we transform traditional education into the new era education, which needs creative people, which needs people with critical thinking. And what people have critical thinking? Chess players, right? We think to think. Let's go and see the historical context of this. What is the 3 R's? Reading, writing, arithmetic. We used to learn by heart 1 million pages in order to sit a test, all right? And at the end of the lesson, nobody remembered anything. And we started that by being in the kindergarten, by learning alphabet, the numbers, not actually knowing all of this, but learning it by heart. Now, the companies and the schools have new methods. They want people who realize what they're learning, who know the what, who know the why. They just don't say yes or no to whatever we want them to understand. So, critical thinking, which we need to know as a definition, involves thinking about thinking. How many of you are chess trainers? Many, I guess. So, whenever a game comes to you for analyzing, the first thing you ask your student is, why you play this? What were you thinking? What was the next move of yours? At that point, your student was alone, without any external help, and he had to do all this procedure, all that we ask from a kid to do. The challenge is what I said before. Children are told what to do. Just like in the older times, we have to, let's say, remember all the opening variation by heart. Is that possible now? No. Times have changed, chess have changed, life has changed, so we need to adjust to that. And why we need to do that? Because, as I said, chess resembles life. And introducing chess to preschoolers not only enhances their academic skills, but also fosters personal growth, setting a strong foundation for future learning and development. And we can see that both boosting their academic skills, such as mathematics, reading, comprehension, or STEM, for example, readiness, and lifelong success soft skills, for example, patience, resilience, or confidence building. All that, what they will actually need in their in their adult life. Now, what do we need to know about children? What we need to know is how critical thinking is developed while the kids are infants. And you know that because they already test everything that is around them. So imagine when I was 2 years old, I have chess pieces. Yeah, that's a true story. So I knew what was the bishop, what was the rook, what was the queen, the king, and of course, after some storytelling for me it was easier to learn chess. Why? Because it was something given to me, let's say, by birth. Toddlers, we are talking now about the age of 3 and 4. Toddlers start to learn how to talk. They start to socialize, you know, to get along with other kids. And sometimes you may see toddlers, I've seen that, ask to play a game, even with rules that are not standard. They have their own rules. It's like, you know, chess school chess, right? So let's try and see how we implement all these facts into the preschool. This is actually a photo from our school. Here the kids have created origami pieces, and they're about to place all of their pieces in the correct square. We need to create play-based learning. We're not strict about the rules. Simplified, of course, the rules, and we can also integrate chess into the curriculum. One of the things that I used to do as an exercise with the kids in order to boost their memory is to ask them how and what they did on the weekend. First week, nobody remembered. Second week, 2 or 3 kids could actually describe what they did during the weekend. And that goes on until now they're telling me that they're playing family chess tournaments, which is quite amazing for me after 3 or 4 months. And by this, of course, we enhance their social skills and emotional intelligence because we use chess as a social tool which goes beyond school. So, and it boosts team work and communication, such as respect and empathy. Why? Because we also try to make them understand the importance of winning and lose. And by that age, you know, they're not so seriously attached to winning or lose. As we know, that happens in primary school, so they're very sensitive, especially about the losing part. And here's how all of these elements connect critical thinking to chess in the preschool. We need our sport in every preschool, just even as a game, introduced by their preschool educators, even if it's not a chess player, even if it's not a professional chess expert. Why? Because teachers and preschool teachers act as mentors, and they're the ones that will introduce our next generation into our magical world. And this chess world opens the window upon the world's knowledge. So, I'm about, of course, to finish my presentation, and as you see, this is all the things that we do based on how chess inspires us. We have our musical, we do our logic mathematics, we have a lot of astronomy, and of course we do our films. We construct our Lego chess pieces. We have like 5 or 6 different sets. Actually, this is one of the most, let's say, creative combining subjects, Legos, construction, and chess. Have that in mind for that age. They adore it. And let's try, guys, to shape sharp and bright minds, because chess can do that, you know? Introducing chess as educational tool is like unlocking a multiverse of possibilities. Each move is a new path, is a new adventure for those young minds that truly want to feed with new experience and new learning. So try to save all of your time to make their life brighter and more wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria Anna, for your very interesting contribution. Now, we will keep ourselves in the same part of the world. We are moving just from Cyprus to Greece, just to talk about another very sensitive field, because chess works very well with people with special needs. There are many examples all over the world. For instance, visually impaired people. Our next speaker, Elias Mastoras from Greece, is a member of the Social Commission of the European Chess Union, and his vision is to create a very inclusive world or society. That is why he has created two projects, A Ball for All and Say Chess, which provide solutions for that inclusion. Elias Mastoras.
Thank you for your nice words. Think out of a chess box. That's why I brought the ball. And I will tell you a short story before I start, because you are my role model. You are leading by example. And you saw one picture of Thessaloniki in 1988, where we first met. Maybe you were not aware. You saw a picture with chess boards and the giant magnetic pieces. So I was the one who was moving the pieces. So actually, I was in a position like that, and everybody, like Kasparov, Karpov, and all of you, you're looking at the chess games, and I chose you to be the one that I'm very happy, but also come here and for all my life. So I will show you a short video first, and then I will tell you more about this combination of football and chess.
In the chess program Checkmate, we put colors in the world of black and white squares. We checkmate the exclusion because we're all different and we are all equal. We train children with and without visual impairment about human rights by increasing the uniqueness of each child, and we're promoting the gender equality using the special chessboard for blind children as well. We emphasize impersonal development and empathy, and we smile together by saying, "Say chess!"
Okay, so I'll tell you the story of my life. In 1991, I decided that maybe I'm not so competent chess player as a FIDE master, so I became like a trainer. And in 2 years in the School for the Blind of Thessaloniki, in my city, they invited me to be a chess coach, chess trainer. So wherever I say that I'm a chess trainer there, I say, wow. And after a few years, we started a global movement of blind football. And then I became a goalkeeper, because in blind football, the goalkeepers are sighted. And now I just came from Paris. I'm the chairperson of blind football, which is one of the 22 Paralympic sports. But chess is always connected in my life with also football. So I wrote a chess fairy tale 8 years ago, and they told me in the School for the Blind, thank you, Elias, for making it in Braille system with tactile drawings, but the little ones, like we are the sight ones when we're the age of 3 or 4, we don't know the alphabet. Let's narrate the story. So we went to the studio of the School for the Blind, and they brought us a name day present, because name days are very important in Greece. Leandros, he was the age of 4, and as a present for narrating a part of the story, I gave him the adults' football. But it was way too heavy, because it was more than half a kilo. And I said, okay, I'm an educator, I always say, think out of the box, turn your ideas into action. And it took me like 20 years to realize a need to create and to patent mini blind football suitable for children. And because I'm not a professional in this field, this ball is only for donation. It's free distributed all over the world. And now we jingle in 215 countries and territories. So we start, there is a quality behind. So we start applying to the Ministry of Education and Sports in Greece a combination of projects. This healthy body, sound mind mentality that we have in Greece. So a ball for all was one thing, and the other is also like to donate, to distribute for free the chess boards, accessible also for the visually impaired. It has been improved for all type of grades and for all type of schools. In my academy, and also when we deliver this educational program, inclusion is a main pillar. Personal development, of course, the empathy to be in the sports shoes and also for pupils with visual impairment, but the inclusive part, you have it also in this box, chess for all. And also collaborative learning, to be all together. So to have all the equipment that we have accessible for all. You saw also in the video that also our academy is full of colors, it's also accessible, so everybody is welcomed. And thanks also to the Judith and the foundation behind. She was also one of the ambassadors. Then we start applying also in the EU level for the awards. And if you don't apply, you will never get it. So finally, a Ball for All was awarded as the inspiring change of the EU, and it's still the current one. So thanks to you that the topic is about inspiration. And also, I became the local hero of EU for this initiative, for this inclusive aspect of the EU. And you can see also Leandros, now he's the age of 13, to be with us. And in the sports forum, wherever there is also like an invitation to speak about that. Thanks to the European Chess Union, because we need also funding behind. We distribute for free in all type of schools, and now we do the mapping all over Greece every year. Lucy's story that you saw there, it's a story that I'm very happy that I met her because of this project. Lucy is now 11 years old. She was born blind in a sighted family. She speaks fluently different languages. She has communicative skills. We have now this Ball for All documentary, and she said, Elias, give me some time and I will compose the music. It will be released on December 3rd, and she composed the music. And the parents don't know how to play the music. They don't know an instrument. So she's charismatic, she's like our ambassador. And what we have also in Greece, the video that you saw, it is projected for free for a month, every 3 months, in every television and every radio channel. So sustainability is very important, because maybe you have a brilliant idea, but you cannot invest all the time to communicate your ideas. So we seize this opportunity in Greece that we have through this TV. And if you want to be in prime time on TV, it's a luxurious thing. So in our academy, and also when I teach, say, we want to have competent pupils. But who are these competent pupils? We're talking about knowledge, a combination of knowledge. So as educators, if we don't invest time, then we cannot have results. So yes, knowledge, skills, but for us, the most important thing, for the inclusion of girls, for the inclusion of pupils with visual impairment and with disabilities, attitude is very important. So in an hour, 20 minutes we invest on knowledge, 20 minutes in skills, playing, 20 minutes in teamwork, collaborative work, to be all together. Because if we are together in the class, then we can socialize, we can be at the weekend, we can say, hey, this is the spirit, we can be all together. So now, while I'm speaking, I will show you also some things that we did in April in Thessaloniki, in my city, with 1,000 pupils. Then we travel with Lucy in the UEFA Euro 2024 to educate also people there. And then we came also together in Paris. So this chess and human rights education is also a tool that we develop. It's for free. Everything is for free, whatever we do. There is an application that's online and offline. And we connect the pieces, the movements of the pieces with a human right. It's free of access. For example, the pawn that cannot move backwards, then we connect it with refugees, and we put all these things in our education. So let's see a few moments of what we did this year. You will see that we like colors. So our uniforms, what we provide for free again in our academy, is blue and red. This is we book a place, it's outdoor, indoor, and also an amphitheater for speeches, and we invited 1,000 pupils coming from the region, general schools, where blind pupils attend together with the sight ones. So we covered also the transportation, so it looks like a good practice. And here is also like in our academy, we have at the end of this of every year, And you know, as an educator, if we have 100 pupils, somebody will be first, somebody will be 100. But we need to establish a safety net. We need to do something that if we have this pyramid, to feel that next year, or the emotions, and what also Anna Maria said before, the emotional intelligence, but everybody is protecting, because we are like a human chain. We are as strong as the weakest link in our academy. So we pay notice on that. You can see also the trophies that we have for the schools, and also the chess boards for the blind that we donated. We also dance, so before the lunch break, we have from Singapore some dances. We danced the Olympic and Paralympic dance, so they learn it at schools and in our academy. And when the parents told me, but Elias, we brought you the children to teach them chess, not dancing. But you know, being all together was like a place to be. And we have also like our heroes and heroines, and the costumes at the end of every year. So that's all from my side. I mean, I'm very happy I'm here. I hope I inspired you. I hope I made also, you know, to think out of the box and to be more inclusive. So thank you very much, and thank you, Judith.
Thanks a lot, Elias, and congratulations for these very interesting and sensitive projects, A Ball for All and Say Chess. Now, as I said at the beginning of my lecture, emotional intelligence is one of the most important fields in 21st century education, and is transversal to all subjects. And chess fits like a glove with emotional intelligence. One of the world's leading experts in this field is Fernando Moreno. About 7 years ago, I think, I visited him in Maryland, in his school there, near Washington City, and I was very impressed seeing how he was using chess to solve, through the chessboard, the psychological, social, and emotional problems of his students. And believe me, the problems were many, because almost 100% of the students at that school were coming from immigrant families. Fernando Moreno.
Thank you, Leontxo. You already said everything I'm going to say. So, thank you. Thank you, Judith, for inviting me and being an inspiration for all of us. I'm going to switch a little bit my presentation, because I don't want to repeat many of the things that all of us have been involved here. And I'm going to focus a little bit in a way I'm trying to help you to communicate with your students, the youth that you are working, or adolescents using chess, and mainly positions in the game. Mainly what I'm trying to do is communicate with them. My focus today is going to be with teachers, but I have done it with parents, I have done it with mentors, with coaches, in the way that they will interact with their students or their kids through the game. For me, this is the key. Sharing our experience, feelings, at the same time we are sharing their feelings of the kids through a metaphor for chess in the board, is what is powerful. And sometimes we have heard that in competition there is silence, but in chess in education, that is not there, at least with me. And I encourage many of you individually, in small groups, or in the large classrooms, to interact with the kids. I shared this because I tried to identify, I tried to identify the students' feelings through the game and the positions. The board becomes a metaphor for life. And in the beginning, it's difficult to understand. For many of you who are really chess players, we have heard about chess as an analogy of life. There is many books already in the market, but I wish everybody here will try it, maybe with a family member, maybe with a student, and try to figure out their own games and their own positions and try to relate it with the daily lives of the kids. In the playground, when you have a problem with one of your kids at home, and try to figure out a specific position, and then many of the kids, in my experience, reduce their fears, and then they can interact in a better way. I'm going to show you my work in one of the schools I work, in Joan Lelek in Aburakers. The knight, the bishop, the queen, the rook, so that you have to develop all the pieces.
About 10 years ago, our school counselor, Mr. Moreno, started a chess program with our students, and he made the connection between chess and social emotional learning. And he uses chess to help build peer-to-peer relationships and also enhance the trust level with adults and students.
Almost all the students are involved because it's part of my counseling. Create a plan that allow you to make that goal. I run groups, and after school or before school, chess is a wonderful tool that enriches the lives of the students because it's a metaphor for life. What you are learning from the game?
That chess is the exact same thing as life. You got many choices, you got different choices, you got bad choices.
And what we need to do?
We need to make the good choices.
Through the game, we talk about real life issues, real life difficulties. Chess is a great way to teach values and character, and sometimes I use kids who have conflicts among each other to see themselves in a different way through the game of chess. I use community circles where we teach students the chess concept at the same time the social emotional concept.
Today we were in a circle so we could hear other people's goals, one for a chess goal and another one for a real life goal.
When you are playing a game of chess, you show a lot of emotions, and through relating to the game, you help the kids understand their own feelings and make decisions about how to address them.
It helps my brain, so when I get mad at something, I play chess with my sister, and then it helps me calm down and I forget why was I mad. When I master chess, I can help other people how to play it, and I feel happy when I help other people. It's like my talent.
It's definitely helping with the peer-to-peer relations with students, and also it's helping students to self-regulate their behaviors and make better choices.
So if I have a bad day in school, when I go to chess club, I have a good time.
It makes me joyful, and it helps me spend time with my friends. It helps me get courage. I play, I focus, I win, I draw, or I lose. Either one, I'm happy because at least I tried.
They build relationships, they make better decisions, they think critically about what to do, and that will help them academically and their own life. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time in this because we have already seen many of the other presentations about the benefits and the competence with chess. I prefer to take a little bit more time in the chess positions and how I related to them. But obviously, empathy, motivation, creativity, decision-making skills. So let's start with this can happen or in my individual interaction with a kid or with a group of kids. And sometimes when I select the chess positions, I am writing. When the kids are playing, I see something connected in my brain about a problem that the kids can face, or we have a teacher told me, or the parents have told me, and then I take a note, and later on I try to figure out. So in this situation, all these situations were real. Peter was very angry with his mother because he wanted to play with his friends. How many? But was the day before a test. And the mother tried to argue with him. And this is not the first time it has happened in the past. Did anybody know what will be the next move from white? I cannot see you because of the light, so you can tell. Okay. Okay. So you are giving away your best piece. My goodness. So this is simple. The queen attacked, the king captured it, the bishop captured the pawn, and the rook checkmated. What happened? In the beginning, when you try to challenge an adolescent or a younger kid to say, give away something that you really like to do. In the beginning, you have been with that interaction, they are going to say no. But then you put it with these type of positions, the kids understand that, oh, I sacrifice. So at that moment, I actually talk to the kid to explain, okay, tell me what is in relation to. This is one example. Next one. How many of you who are educators have had a conflict between two kids who fight? I use this with many. This is very simple. Sometimes I use it with kids who maybe they are not familiar with the game. I introduce a little bit the pawns, and then we do it. The black just move, and then they have to make a decision, capturing or moving forward. Now, for many of you, how many times you are saying to a kid, somebody step in your area, what do? Fight it back or move forward? And that dialogue is what helped some of the kids to understand what we always talk about, self-regulation of emotions. You have to stop and think. The difference for me is that I do it actually with the game at the manipulatives of my teaching with them. So it's not something, some of us, we have learned that after we have moved, then we can have self-reflection. I'm trying to do it on real time, in the moment, in the present, and try to figure out what is the situation for the kids. This was a very interesting situation. We have a kid, and I talked with the mother many times, where he was very smart, but he didn't like to listen and follow rules. We were discussing this previous to this game he was playing. We were discussing the rules of castling. And because he knew, Mr. Moreno, I know everything. You don't need to teach me anything. He really didn't listen all the rules. And one of them is when you move and try to do castle, what is the first piece that you have to touch? The king. But he moved the rook. The other kid, who is not as developed in the game of chess, when he saw that, he raised the hand and said, Mr. Moreno, Matthew touched the rook, so the move is over. And the kid was furious. And he said, well, this is what happened during the game. If you see when the rook moves, then in 2 moves, the queen can checkmate. Now, took me 2 or 3 sessions with him after to explain all these things that we have been trying, the mom, the teachers, to tell him about why it's so important, although you think that you know everything, to follow the rules. Or think that when the teachers are teaching, you need to pay attention. It's not because sometimes you are going to say, oh, they never taught me that. But it's true, they taught you, but you were not paying attention. So obviously you see I combine simple positions with more difficult positions. Now, this is a very famous game for many people who are here. This actually happened in one of the, with one kid from my school. Sometimes we go to community tournaments. This kid knew, and he was very good, who clocks were very important of the chess community. My school didn't have the money for the clock, for buying the chess clocks. And actually, he stole one of the clocks in the tournament. They called me 6, 7 o'clock at night, Mr. Moreno, one of your students still one. What? What do you mean? And then thinking and thinking and thinking, who has been talking about gloves? Oh, Matthew. So I went to the house, 8:30, and said, Matthew, until you don't give me the clock, we are not going to continue. Fortunately, he gave it to me. We set up the next 2 days when we back with this position. He was so smart. In 2 seconds, he figured out that capturing the queen was not the best thing to do, because in and then we explored situations about stealing or high-risk situations. So in general, that is my whole goal. Increase personal growth, self-awareness, and self-improving. Help develop growth mindset and develop emotional resilience. Going to challenge you. This is my contact information, but I have a little bit of time to challenge Judith if she remember that game, because I use it many times. This is for kids who really know the game, because it involves 3 components. Did anybody knows how it goes? We have 2 minutes. No, Judith. Did anybody, you are white, what do you think will be the best move? It's okay, I have still 1 minute. So, mainly the queen capture the rook, sacrifice. You are going to chain a queen for a rook, but at the end, if you concentrate the pawn in front of the king, will try to go and promote, and then the king is going to support the pawn, and at the end is ending with 1 pawn white going to the end. What is this about? Helping the kids understand that when they are in life, sometimes they have to sacrifice, but also they have to find who are your resources. And I do my lesson and said, okay, who can support you? Oh, my brother, okay, who else? Oh, my uncle, a teacher. Okay, this in that case will be the king. What are your goals? Oh, the pawn promotion is a goal. So what are your goals in your life? And from there, we have that communication and that dialogue. So I encourage you to use this type of communication with your students, and if you are parents with your kids, setting up the board and try to set up some chess positions and related to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fernando, for this very well-deserved award you got today from the Judit Polgar Foundation, and for your very sensitive and important contribution to educational chess. Now, I remember how much you enjoyed a couple of hours ago the first performance here from Edith, so I think it's a good idea to invite her again to the stage.
Thank you. Hello again. So I see your energy level is a little bit down, no? I see, yeah, for sure. But Fernando example was fantastic, but we have to do something else, okay? So the weather doesn't care about the calendar. 2 weeks ago, that was a crazy hot summer. You remember? That was, it was awful. And some days ago, we have a winter, but this is September. But I love the summer, but a little bit changeable inside. Now it's summertime, but inside in here, let's make a summer. Why? Because I love the storm during the summertime. So you imagine the smell after the rain, the fresh nature. So you remember that? Okay, let's make a rain. Oh, don't worry. I see your faces. It won't be an Indian dance, okay? So don't worry. Just let's make a 2 group. It's very difficult. 1 group, another group. and you have to do what I'm doing when I'm points in your group. The must continues when I'm moving a different movements, okay? Understand? Are you ready? So let's make a rain. Let's come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Edith. That was much shorter than I expected, so sorry about that. Now, we are going to visit another country that has a serious national educational chess project, which is called Education Through Chess. The country is Romania, and the project manager is Madalina Maria Lejean-Anusca. In her presentation, she will answer questions such as, how can we implement this initiative on a national scale? What strategies can be used to encourage teachers to embrace and actively engage with this project? Madalina.
Hi everyone, thank you very much. I hope I can be the rainbow after the rain. So, my name is Lejean-Anusca Madalina Maria. I'm very happy to present today our Romanian national project, Education Through Chess, offered by Romanian Chess Federation in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. So, I will briefly present the introduction with the objectives, the accreditation process, the implementation process, and after that, at the end, challenges and opportunities. So the most important thing I think is that our objective is to offer chess as an educational tool in schools, in all the schools in Romania. And also, I think that it is very important to begin with 4 different types of chess. In my opinion, we have educational chess, chess in school, competitive chess, and high-performance chess. So why I think this is very important? Because each one has different objectives and different needs when we are talking about the instructor or the teacher. So for pedagogic chess, for educational chess, we need to have knowledge about education and a little bit about chess to be able to implement the chess as an educational tool in the curriculum. That's why we think that pedagogues can become the best for this program. So about chess benefits, I will not insist a lot, but I wanted to mention that we think that chess helps to develop from a cognitive point of view, but also social, emotional point of view. About the program stages, I can say that we started in January 2022 with the accreditation process, a lot of paperwork, but I must say, I think this paperwork is very, very important because like this, everyone can have a global image of the project, of what we are aiming for. In February 2022, we managed to start the first course, and right now, in September, we will start basically chess in schools, even if that we had teachers who started earlier, right after their course. This is the first accredited chess course in Romania. We have the help of the Ministry of Education. Of course, we had other courses before, but for this one, we have the endorsement of the Ministry of Education. And I would like a little bit to talk about what we are showing to the teachers. So we have two parts, the part of chess, of course, and one other part about pedagogical methodology, about using multiple intelligence in the classroom, and good practice that we can find all over the world. For the chess part, we are using a lot the app ChessKid because teachers told us that they feel more confident to teach using the app since they mostly don't have an experience with chess. And the app is helping us to keep in touch with the kids, with the teachers, and also to help them to use their free time on the phone with a useful meaning. About the current situation, right now we train more than 3,000 teachers, and we are hoping to have more than 8,000 kids starting 1 hour per week in each school of Romania. About inspiration, and there is a funny fact here. When I started chess, I started with Polgar's tactical book, and then when I started to prepare for educational chess at the university, I continue with the Polgar program for kids. Right now with the European Commission, Educational Commission, we had access to more Erasmus projects that can be a very good material, inspirational material for the teachers. There are so many names that inspired me during this period, the preparation period, and I want to thank you all for those who are offering those materials. The program that we are using, it's based a lot on self-competition steps. We start from very easy information about chess in the first year, and we aim to arrive to creating, implementing your own plan based on principles that we teach in schools. Of course, we are having challenges. I won't lie, it's not easy. You need to find sponsors, marketing. You need to continue even after the course is finished to keep in touch with the teachers, to stimulate the activity, and sometimes you have the feeling that you don't have a lot of transdisciplinary resources to use chess in schools, and I think that's a thing that we need in the future. For the sponsors, we have 3 huge sponsors for the program: Hidroelectrica, Transylvania Bank, and Mob Expert. And also, very important, we have a lot of help from the management team of the Romanian Chess Federation, and that's very, very helpful and important for the progress of the program. And to help developing the project, we have constant chess activities, we have competitions offline or online. For those competitions, we are trying to keep a top 10 kids, but not the best kids of those tournaments, but the most active kids. And this, I think, it's very important. I really think that we need a self-competition system, because we are trying to tell the kids that it's important to be the best version of yourself. So you should see your progress from the beginning of the year till the end of the year. We are trying to keep in touch with the teachers, having a network of ambassadors. We are having international collaborations, and here I think federations and ministry where we have interest, we can help each other a lot, and of course curriculum working group. This is, let's say, the idea of the self-competition system that we will use in Romania in the future, and there are a lot of things to say about this. I think I need a presentation especially for this. So if anyone is interested on this, and I hope to have this internationally, or maybe something similar, recognized by FIDE as soon as possible, because it will help a lot educational chess, in my opinion. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for the invitation, for the sponsor support for this event and other helping chess to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madalena. Very interesting project indeed. Now, listening to Jerry Nash, chairman of the FIDE Education Commission, is always very interesting, because he is not only a good manager to organize a commission whose area of work is the whole world, actually, but he also has a great deal of experience in the classroom. He is therefore an ideal person to answer the following question. What is required to create an effective chess in education initiative in today's challenging education environment? Jerry Nash.
Thank you, Leontxo, and thank you for this opportunity to be a part of the conference. It's evident in the course of today that there's such a variety of opportunities and resources. I recall approximately, well, probably more than 20 years ago, receiving a phone call from the school system where I lived, and in an area of 100,000 people, there were 2 adults who played chess and were members of the Chess Federation. 2 in an area of 100,000. And so we began helping to develop the program, to train teachers. I tell people, in our glory days, we had 5 adults who could play chess and help organize activities. In my role with the Chess and Education Commission, I have the opportunity to work with federations and organizations around the world to either support existing initiatives or to help begin those. So I want to talk today about some keys to successful chess and education initiatives, because it's not enough to just train teachers to deliver chess-related content in the classroom. There are some keys to success. Now, as I go through these, you will recognize that many of these have been mentioned by speakers throughout the day. They may have not mentioned them specifically in this context, but they talked about them. So, just to remind you, our vision from the Chess and Education Commission is to help make chess that invaluable tool to educate students around the world. And again, we've heard an incredible variety of ways that can happen. So there's no one single way, as you've seen today. And but the goal is to build academic and 21st century skills and to access all students. And we've seen very creative ways today for that inclusivity. So I want to talk about, when we talk about the keys to success, I want to remind you of two goals. The goals are scalability and sustainability. Scalability, it can be replicated in more than one location. For example, I know of programs in one particular country, in one particular area, that is fully financed by a millionaire. Now, it's probably not in the places that you think because it's a very rural community. The problem is it's difficult to replicate that program if you don't have a millionaire in every county of every state of the country. So we're looking at scalability, how do you expand, but then also sustainability. Because here's the challenge. In what I have seen over 20 years of experience, 90% or more of existing chess programs of all kinds are one person away from extinction. Let me say that again. 90% or more of our existing programs are one person away from extinction. It may be that the teacher leaves. It may be a particular student leaves, or a parent who leaves. Or they could remain in place, but a new administrator comes in and says, we're not doing chess anymore. And I've talked with people who've had that experience. So our goals are sustainability and scalability so that the program doesn't end when one person enters the picture or leaves the picture. So we want to talk about some keys to success. The first one is vision. And you've heard from a number of presenters today about their vision for how to use chess in the classroom or in a school setting or in a setting for counseling. But the key is, what is that vision and how do you communicate it? We'll talk about the communication next, but let me spend just a moment in terms of the vision, because if it's not clear for you, it will not be clear for those that you're trying to convince that they should follow this vision. So you need to be very specific. What is it that you're trying to achieve? And we could spend an hour just talking about developing that vision, but you need to understand that that vision needs to be clear. And you need to be able to, when we talk about chess, for those who are better chess players than I, they understand this even better, is when we start the opening, we also have the end game in mind. Same thing for these programs. What would this look like if we were to achieve it? That's part of the vision. But then we need to be able to communicate that vision to potential stakeholders. And therein lies the challenge, because sometimes we do not know the language of the people to whom we are communicating. Years ago, I used to receive presentations that people were giving to educators. And I'm reading through their presentation, and I'm thinking, I wouldn't put chess in schools based on this. And the educators that you just spoke to, they may have been polite, but they're not going to do anything because You didn't communicate in their language. And so it's key that you understand the language of the audience, because what you would tell teachers about chess in the classroom is different than what you might tell a group of businessmen that you want to support that program, or what you might tell even a school administrator about the value of chess or the value of your program. So it's key that you learn to communicate that vision in a way that's in their language. Next, you need leadership. I can promise you that all of the folks that you've heard this morning did not do what they did by themselves. You need a leadership team, a team that has skills that go beyond chess. I mean, you think about the organization that went behind the festival yesterday and what we're experiencing today, that took more than one person. And so if you're thinking about a national initiative, or even a regional initiative, you need a team that has skills in project management, in raising funding, in PR. There are a lot of, you need people to help you with the communication. So you need a team to help build it so that it is scalable and sustainable. Obviously, you need support. But you need more than just financial support. Money's not always the issue. Yes, without money, there's not a lot that you can do, but you can have money, but if you do not have support, let's say, of the Ministry of Education, or in some countries it may be someone on a more local level, if you do not have that kind of support, you will not get far. And so you need to develop that support. Who are your stakeholders? And you need to think broadly, because it's not just teachers, it's not just the education community, but it could be government, it could be business, it could be parents, it could be organizations within society who want to see improvement. Think about who your stakeholders could be. Obviously, you do training and you offer resources. And the training will be tailored to fit the needs of your program. If your focus is on social emotional learning, the training will look a little bit differently than if you're working on some other aspect of chess in the classroom. It will be different if you're looking at primary versus older students. So the training will differ, but you need to offer the training. But here's the key. If all you do is teacher training, and there's no follow-up, and there's no infrastructure, what will happen next? There's a good possibility nothing will happen next. So teacher training comes in the context of building a scalable and sustainable program, and that requires an infrastructure. And yes, you offer resources. You may develop these resources in your own context. You may see resources like what you've seen today and say, that would work where we are. We just need to tweak that, adjust it for our situation. But you want to develop resources as well. But after you've done the training, and as you're providing resources, you also want to create community. How do you connect the teachers and the students and the parents to the people who actually funded the project? From the funders' aspect, how do they know that their dollars were spent wisely? How are you including them in your communication? It is not enough to say, thank you for the money. I'll see you next year when I need more. There has to be ongoing communication, and part of that is by building a sense of community. How are you going to communicate with the teachers after the training? If they need help, who do they contact? So building that infrastructure that includes community is important. Adaptive thinking. As in a game of chess, when somebody makes an unexpected move, you have to adapt. As we've heard from other speakers, far more qualified in chess than I am. But it's true in life, and it's true in these kinds of projects. Leadership will change. You'll lose people, you will lose schools, or some decision will be made, and you will have to adapt what you're doing. And so you need to be prepared for that. If you have a vision and it cannot be adapted to the situation, there's a strong possibility that you will not be successful over the long haul. So you need to have adaptive thinking in mind, in place, and be ready to do that. You will also need persistence. Persistence is born out of passion. And so you will face challenges such as teachers will leave, new administration comes in. How will you respond? Part of that is reminding yourself why you did this in the first place. It's worth the effort. You make a difference. And at the end of the day, why are you doing that? Because you believe chess changes lives. So what about you? You have all these keys to success. For some of you, you're thinking about starting. Will you become a partner in education? Will you help to implement a chess and education initiative? At the end of the day, you're asking the question, am I prepared to help change lives? Because that's what we believe chess can do. I hope that you will continue to be successful in your initiatives, and that if you need help, please reach out. We're always ready to help you at whatever stage you are. So, wish you every success. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Jerry. As you all now know, chess and the internet are a natural pairing. Also, if we talk about educational chess in particular, that's why we need some interesting tools like Logic Board. A very versatile person, Rita Atkins, will explain it to us in just 5 minutes. I said versatile. Well, for example, she's a great expert in chess and mathematics, and she is also the secretary of the FIDE Chess and Education Commission. Rita Atkins.
Hello, everybody. You probably know this saying from Albert Einstein, I have no special talent, I'm only passionately curious. Well, I'm also passionately curious about chess and education. I want to know how to do it, how to do it better, and what tools to use to make it better. And today, in 4 minutes and 37 seconds, I would like to talk to you about a special tool, a tool that is very special to my heart, and that is Logic Board. That's it. So let me take you back a few years. About 6 years ago, I was working on an Erasmus project with some esteemed colleagues, 2 of whom are here in the audience, John Foley from Britain and Stefan Löffler from Germany. The project was chess and mathematics in primary schools. Now, we desperately needed to make some nice chess diagrams, some diagrams with fancy letters, colors, mathematical symbols, counters with numbers and letters on them, and arrows and lines. So what do you do when you have such a special wish? Well, you go and find yourself a fairy and hope that that fairy will grant your wish. So my fairy was a friend of mine called János Pallagi from Learning Chess in Hungary, and his son Márton, who is now my business partner. And they granted my wish. They created a logic board which was able to draw these special diagrams. So we were very happy. And then COVID came. It was important to bring education online, teacher training courses online. So we needed a chessboard which was interactive, which could be joined by many different people from around the world. So I went back to my fairy and asked for an interactive chessboard, and I got that, and we've been doing teacher training quite successfully using Logic Board ever since then. So this is the board. A board is not just a position, a board is a sequence of positions, and with the little arrows at the bottom, you can, here the little arrows, with these you can go back and forth between the states of the board, and the single position is called a position. This will be important later. I've already made 2 special wishes, and you know that usually fairies grant you 3 wishes. So I had to think very carefully about what my third wish should be. And I was thinking about what we really want to use logic board for, and I think the best answer for that is classroom teaching of educational chess. So we wanted a teaching tool for the teacher, so I asked for worksheets. And then I got my third wish granted. I've got my worksheets. So what are worksheets? It's a collection of exercises. Each exercise can have some instructions, and there is a position that you can load on each exercise, and that position opens in logic board, so you can work on that within the application. So when children have their own laptops or other electronic devices in the classroom, they can work online. If you don't have that capability, you can always print the worksheets, and then children can work on their physical boards from the printed worksheets. All the worksheets are identifiable by a QR code or a link, so they can also take it home and then work on the electronic devices at home. Here is a worksheet for you. If you've got a phone or something, you're very welcome to scan it. I've got some printed copies available outside at the registration desk, so you can compare the two. Just a little bit about the not so pleasant side of logic board. It's been available for free up to now, but to keep it going, we will have to make a little bit of charge for it. We will only be charging the teacher functions, availability to the library of making worksheets. That will be payable about 70 euros for an annual license, or 7 euros per month for monthly licenses. Of course, if we get larger organizations like schools or even counties or countries, then there will be bulk discounts available. We are not going to stop there. We would like to make it even better. We're getting a lot of feedback from our users. We've got about 5,000 regular users of logic board. These are all the wishes we will grant for you, hopefully in a not so distant future. Playing with chess rules. Another important one is on this list, the different sized boards. We want to be able to offer different sized boards for exercises, and maybe include a timer for playing chess, and also include variations so that we can teach more chess, not just mathematics and other curriculum subjects. So that's all I had time for. Thank you for listening. Please look at our blog. Our wonderful colleague Harry Dauklios is running the blog and our social media, and she also sits in the audience. And she's an amazing teacher, and she's written a lot of great articles about it. So happy teaching, and thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Rita. I think this tool is going to be very interesting and very useful indeed. Now, as we said at the very beginning, motivating students to come to enter the classroom eager to learn is one of the great challenges of education in the 21st century. Thomas Laszlo Balogh has created the Learning by Moving platform. And if you, the audience of the Educational Chess Summit, including the online audience, would like to try it out, I think you will have a lot of fun. Laszlo Balogh.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. Well, actually, it's a great honor for me to have the possibility to deliver a presentation in front of such a distinguished audience, because I'm not coming from the chess world, though I come from the world of education, the world of mathematics education. And I, together with my team, of course, not my humble self alone, run a popular mathematics education program here in Hungary, which enables yearly around 40,000 Hungarian students to go out to unique outdoor events and make mathematics in a special way a bit more popular than it is at the moment. Our platform that we are currently developing is called ExiQuiz. It serves as a main platform to support our events. And our idea is to go out from the field of mathematics and make this platform applicable and available for different subjects, such as chess as well. So this platform consists of a teacher platform where teachers can directly create, upload, and share quiz games with their students, and a web app for students where students, with the help of which students can solve puzzles while walking. So the key concept is here to combine learning with physical activity. This is how our events here in Hungary work, and this is what we try to scale to the international level. So one of the main building blocks of ExiQuiz is the tracks that can be set up worldwide, anywhere, actually. This map does not reflect the current situation, but reflects our wishes and our vision towards ExiQuiz tracks. So out of the 260 tracks that are available, most of them are located at this moment in Hungary. We have some tracks outside Hungary as well, so abroad, but most of the tracks that we are dreaming of are not alive yet. And maybe the chess community can also participate in setting up such tracks if you like the idea and make your children, your students, move while solving puzzles at the same time. An ExiQuiz track consists of normally 3 to 10 different locations, and it can be set up either outdoors or indoors. Outdoors, it works GPS-based, and indoors, it works with QR codes. So without moving, you are not able to solve the puzzles, you are not able to receive the right to answer and submit your solutions. So to complete a quiz is quite easy. It can be considered as a combination of the popular quiz platform Kahoot with the popular game Pokemon Go. If you know Pokemon Go, where you hunt for Pokemons, they are all around the world in the air. Now you hunt for puzzles, actually, and children really love this gamification approach of solving puzzles and solving problems. So you just enter the PIN code, go through the locations, and complete the quiz. You can receive ranks, and all the gamification that's inside the platform can be achievable for each kid. Now, there are several activities that can be played with ExiQuiz, among which we can even imagine a local, a national, or an international chess puzzle event for chess lover kids, which I invite you to cooperate on with us. And we are really eager to see any future cooperations. We have a quiz for the Chess Olympiad as well, which you can begin here, but you cannot complete it here while sitting. You have to go to the expo hall to finish the quiz. But if you have a talk with me, if you have a conversation with me, I can help you with reaching more QR codes, of course. So we really hope that we can work together in the future, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Tamas, Laszlo. There is one important aspect that we have left for the last presentation, the business and innovative vision of chess education. An ideal person to talk about that is Mats Jacobsen, Secretary General and Head of the Danish Scholastic Chess Federation. For example, he has just created the House of Chess, the Brain Gym, in Copenhagen. It is a great achievement, no doubt. Mats Jacobsen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also for Judit for inviting us, and for you, Alonso, to take us through the day. Normally I ask a lot of questions to the audience, but there's not so much opportunities for dialogue here, so maybe you should write some of the questions down, and then you can, before you close your eyes tonight, try to see if you can get the answers. Because I was the first employee in the Danish Scholastic Chess Federation 7 years ago, and we sat down, we had some discussions and said, who will actually cry if we are not here? So I'm asking you, who will cry if you're not here? Of course, your family, but you represent an organization. So who are your friends? It's probably not only the Chess Federation. In our situation, it's actually the school principals organization. It's a teachers union. It's parents. It's the schools. So, but that was 17 years ago, but I'll take you a little more back, because we're from Denmark. We were Vikings. We were rowing around the world and picked up all the beautiful girls, and that's why we have so many beautiful girls in Denmark, if you ever come to Denmark. The Scholastic Chess Federation actually started in 1960. And that was actually our founding father. His name was Børge. And of course, I will not ask you to pronounce that, because it's very Danish. And he played a simul, and you are not only fighting over the board, you were also fighting with his smoke of his cigar. He was very famous for smoking cigars in front of the children. And then we jump to today. That is our new kind of teachers that work with scholastic chess. It's a female, you see. She's lovely. She don't know anything about chess. She hardly knows to castle. But this is at the annual Scholastic Chess Day, where we more than 50,000 children participate in that day. And nobody told that teacher that she should wear that uniform. She went to a shop and bought a shirt that is squared like a chessboard. So if you can get to that point, so you don't have to buy the clothes to the teachers, you don't have to tell the teachers that they should actually work with scholastic chess, but they would like to do it themselves. Then you then you are in a very good place. The problem is real, and I addressed it back in the 5 years ago at the London Chess Conference, is that I actually think we need a common language. I mean, in Denmark, we have one word for snow, but in Greenland, they have 15 or 20 words for snow. So as deeper we dig into this scholastic field, the educational chess field, the chess in school fields, I think we need a better word and a better framework for this. And this is only what I think could be a suggestion to a framework. And in Denmark, we work with scholastic chess. And it is run by the normal school teachers. And they have very often, very limited chess skills. But they use chess as a learning method. They do it during the school day. They are often a team of teachers actually working with this. And they actually don't care that much about chess, and especially as grandmasters. But they do it because they think that it could actually help children do better in school. That's the main goal, and also in life. And then we have the chess in the schools. And I'm not saying that one thing is better than the other. And sometimes you have combined models. But this is two different ways of seeing this. And it's typically run by teachers from outside, not teachers, chess players from outside. They have very strong chess skills. They have learn chess in a young age. They have benefit out of chess, and they think that if all children will just also learn chess, it will be better for them. Often it's after-school activities, and often it's a one-man job. And it's about feeling the chess love. Now we have the Danish Scholastic Chess Federation. In Danish it's called Dansk Skoleskak. And we, as I told you, it was established in 1960. And we have different, we don't do projects, we do programs, we do concepts. But we actually have the national competence in advisory in scholastic chess. So we are paid by the government, so municipalities and schools can contact us. So if they would like to work with scholastic chess, they can get some qualified support from us. So we're also a national advisor. We do education of teachers, like many of you do, and we have different concepts. We have, of course, a lot of different materials. We have a lot of different activities. And then we had what Lene just mentioned shortly or briefly. We have a learning platform that is actually working. It's created by teachers, and it's called Gambit, because we are a little chessy, but not too much chessy. And that's actually where we provide all our materials. And after each lesson, the students and the teacher or the teacher's assistant will go in and rate the lesson from 1 to 5 stars. Was it a good lesson? And give a comment. So it's also a co-creating tool. Yes. Jerry just mentioned a little about this, that often it's a one-man job. That is what we call a boss factor. If I was an investor and you had a startup and you had probably a very good idea, but if you're only one person in this startup, the boss factor is 1. There's only one boss that should hit you one time, and then everything will close down. So it's always about getting rid or eliminate the boss factor if you can. And what we actually work with, and that's also why we don't just do projects or things that we just give out for free, is that we create or try to create real products that makes a real difference for customers who are willing to pay real money for it. And in all countries, probably also where you come from, I'm sure you have a lot of people that will say, that's a good product you have with scholastic chess or chess in schools. It's making a difference. Also for real customers. But who will be willing to pay really money for it? And that could be a billionaire or millionaire. That could be the municipalities. That could be the government. It could be schools. And I think the key thing is that in your countries, you should try to find out what is a good business model for you. Not so you just end up being a millionaire yourself, but to deal with the sustainability and to create a team, you need money so you can hire the smartest people in this field. Otherwise, you're just a one-man army. So what we do in Denmark, in Danish Scholastic Chess Federation, is that we are on a journey, and it's very popular to say that you're always on a journey. But this is on a local level. It could also be on a district level. It could be on a national level. It could be on an international level. So a question to you is also, if you fall so much in love in Budapest that you will not go home to your countries, who will actually be the next one in line? Who will go after Boris in Germany, for example? Who will go after Jesper Hall in Sweden? And you need to have some names and some lists. Otherwise, you don't have an exit strategy. The one day you think golf is best or something else will happen. And this is actually on a school level. And in the old days, and it's still like that many places, scholastic chess is voluntarily. It's run by one enthusiast. And of course, it's a good game. But we don't want to have scholastic chess in all schools in Denmark, but we want to have more sustainability. So right now we are in 1/3 of all schools in Denmark. And we try to move them in that direction. So we have scheduled lessons, we have a team of teachers, and we have the learning effect. And then, of course, our last thing we are working on is that we are trying to develop the House of Chess, the Brain Gym. It's actually a meeting place, open place with 25,000 visitors every year. We have bought the place, 825 square meters, as you can see. It's in the very central of Copenhagen, 50 meters from the Royal Garden. And it's not only about scholastic chess, it's also about math, it's about mental health, and then we do everything also for generations. And it will open in 25, and you are more than welcome to come by Copenhagen. We love tourists, and you can come and see how it is in Denmark. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mats. It's definitely a big achievement. Now it's 4 o'clock, so time for closing thoughts. For that, we need, again, Judit Polgar at the stage. And while she is coming, please, I want to ask you a big applause for 2 teams who have done a fantastic job. One of them is our technical team, and the other one is the Judit Polgar Foundation team. Thank you. They really deserve it. Judith, we have spent altogether about 5 hours listening to many inspiring ideas about the great power of chess as an educational tool. But, you know, I like to finish by commenting on this photo we are looking at.
Where was it taken?
This was in Cameroon 3 years ago. I went there to give a workshop to 25 school teachers. None of them knew how to play chess. Only 2 of them knew what chess is. But 24 hours later only, the preschool teacher was using chess to work on psychomotricity. When I see this picture now, I am still getting emotional, but besides on that, you know, I think this is a clear demonstration on how much chess can be inspiring for school teachers.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for all being here and our online viewers as well. To be honest, it was a very inspiring day for me as well, listening from more than 10 countries, our speakers. And I think, well, for me, it's always again and again, it is so touching, and I understand more and more from education itself, how it works, what should be done. And I'm very proud for all the speakers who are here and many experts also in the audience that we are change makers. That's why it's written there. Because I believe that there is a need in the world to make changes in education. We talk about it all the time, whether it's the government's mistake, whether it's the school director mistake, or the teachers themselves are not growing enough or they are not speedy in changing what are the needs. And, well, as a chess player, I always learned that your results cannot be thanked by blaming others. So we are here, I think, all of us, we are doing for many years, or even newcomers, like the Romanian project was only 2 years old, right? But we do make changes. We do understand that there is a need. And obviously you have to have projects which is sustainable, which has the background of money. But we also need us who are very passionate about it. Because of course, when you do something, if you do it with passion, with dedication, with belief, you want to spread the virus, saying it that way. And I think all of us do many work and many job on that. And for all of us, it's very important to do something, right? So with these talks and presentations, my goal was to give inspiration to each other, to understand where are we and how we can develop further, to give inspiration for the audience, to Hungarian and international audience, that chess is something special. Maybe it does not work this way for you, but it can work the other way for you. Probably some people were not aware of it, that you can start implementing it already in a very early age, or what kind of developments it can give, or the Danish presentation that, wow, to make a chess house for all generations. And when we talk about education, I also strongly believe that you have to see it as a whole, like a chess game. You can't work only on the opening. You have to work on the middle game and the end game. So education is also like that. We cannot talk only to kids, to teachers. We have to talk to parents as well. So we have a lot of tasks to do, because it can work the most efficiently growing the kids' personality when the school, the teacher, and the parent also supports this. So when these three understand each other and they know why chess is so exceptional, for kids it's not a problem, right? It's very clear because they just start and they love it. Many teachers do it, but still the parents have to understand it. So we have to communicate it, I think, in very different channels also, outside of the chess world. So I would like to reach to educators, educational decision makers who are not involved in chess yet. But we want them to be understood that chess is a very exceptional tool, and we are not making it up. We have a lot of results, like Dijana in Singapore, like many other presentations, right? But one thing is very important, apart from passion, to be structured. And I think here, that was one of the things that it connects all the presenters, that everybody was talking about the project, whether it's a book series, it's online, offline, wherever, but you have to be very structured and make a plan and strategy and start it. And then you will get the feedback from others and then you adjust it accordingly. But you should have a basic plan and then it works.
As a professional communicator, let me underline that communication, well, better say, lack of communication has been the big black hole of chess for centuries. So I hope that now we will make a special effort to improve on communication. And most likely our producer wants us to stand up now to say goodbye. Please don't forget that chess can be a very inspiring tool on educational chess and to improve the quality of education in all countries. Thanks a lot also to our online audience, and we'll see you soon somewhere. Thank you.
It was good.
Cigarette holder, which wigs me over my shoulder. He digs me, I'll get that satin dough. Baby, shall we go? I'll skip and get